August 15th, the Dormition of the Virgin for most people, and for the medieval Romans, a day rather significant in their faith and their history. Was it a coincidence that some of the most crucial dates in the development of the empire happened on this day? The Battle of Yarmouk, Manzikert, etc. Mostly disasters too. Today then, on August 15th, 2026, it would have been 665 years since the fall of Trebizond in 1461 and the definitive end of Roman imperial tradition, of Komnenian rule, and the resilient Roman state that stood strong in the Black Sea. An offshoot of Trebizond, the Principality of Theodoro, lasted 14 years more, and with its fall, the final Roman state ever disappeared from the face of the earth.
Rhomania Parthen.
The Black Sea, then, was where the last Romans, with a polity, held their ground against the tides of the Ottoman army and modernity. And so, on this day, we should review the entire trajectory of how the Komneni kept the fire of Rome burning in Pontos after the fall of Constantinople to the Crusaders in 1204, all the way until the fall of Trebizond 257 years later, and the defiant last stand in 1475 of their dependence in the Crimea under the Gabras dynasty, once the fiercest opponents of the Komneni. Truly, it was a fascinating tale, and I have been rather detailed already in every single one of my videos treating the history of the late Byzantine Black Sea, so I will not need to add any additional remarks now. I compile all the videos I have made of these 270 years of history in order, and I hope you enjoy the narrative. Welcome, everyone, to Trapezuntine Summarized. How long I waited to say those words. Now we will finally cover the history of the empire of the Grand Komneni, the true claimants to the throne of Constantinople after 1204. But before we rush to that, we should first take a look at the city of Trebizond, or Trapezuntine as the locals call it. As the city of Byzantium was the beating heart of the Empire of Byzantium, so was Trebizond, the same for the Empire of Trebizond. This, then, was the city which gave birth to a Komnenian Roman Empire on the Black Sea. Trebizond was ancient, more ancient than Byzantium, the new Rome. Hell, it even beat old Rome by a few years. In 756 BC, Greeks already settled in Trapezus, which was the ancient Greek name of the city. Like Byzantium, Trapezus was a prosperous trading city. Like Byzantium, Trapezus was also conquered by the Persians, Alexander, and the Romans, who granted it much freedom. But before that, Trapezus and the rest of Pontos belonged to the Hellenistic kingdom of Pontos. Its last ruler, Vasileios Mithridates VI, was one of the Roman Republic's worst enemies. The Greek king waged bitter war with the Romans over control of Asia Minor, setting himself up as the champion of the Greek world from the Latin barbarians of Rome. How Mithridates would roll in his grave if he learned that Pontos would, in 12 centuries, become the power base of an exiled Roman imperial dynasty who tried to restore New Rome. Yet, why should the Pontic king be surprised? Mithridates already ruled over a diverse empire of Greeks, Asians, and Romans, and he welcomed to his court talents of all origins, even those quote-unquote barbaric Latins he showed so much hate to in public. In the kingdom of Pontos, the ruling class and citizens alike were of Hellenic and Asiatic admixture, speaking languages, practicing customs, and worshipping gods from both sides. So Pontos was no stranger to receiving the best of all cultures, and the Trebizond would one day be a haven for Greeks, Asians, and Italians under the Trapezuntine Roman emperors. In the late Middle Ages, a large portion of the Empire of Trebizond citizens were not Greek, as shown that 60% of citizen names were of diverse origin: Asian, from the Caucasus to Mongolia, and Italian, recorded in the Acts of Vazalon. Wait, what is Vazalon? I'm glad you asked. Vazalon was the most ancient Christian monastery of Pontos, and perhaps the whole world. The Christian faith took root here rather early. Already, grand monasteries like Vazalon and Sumela, eternal symbols for Pontian Greeks today, were established by the time Constantine the Great rechristened Byzantium as Constantinople, the capital of Christendom. Trebizond took Saint Eugenius, a native martyr of the city, as their patron saint. Fast forward to the medieval Roman period. Trebizond served Constantinople well as a thriving port city at the end of the Silk Road, where goods from the east made their first stop before ending up in the Iki of wealthy Romans. It also was a crucial military base, due to its proximity to the eastern borders. The walls of Trebizond were refortified during Justinian's war with the Persians. The city became the capital of the Thema of Chaldea, Middle Byzantium's northeasternmost frontier with the Arabs. A long tradition of border warfare toughened the Romans of Trebizond and Pontos, so that when the Seljuk Turks invaded Anatolia and took over almost everything, the Dukes of Chaldea, Theodor's Gabras, retained his realm's independence from the Turks. However, the fierce general also was independent from the emperor in Constantinople, Alexios Komnenos. Alexios and his dynasty scratched their heads countless times about Gabras and his family, before Alexios' son, Emperor Ioannis Komnenos, restored Trebizond under imperial control by defeating Theodoro's son, Konstantinos Gabras. How they would all roll in their graves if they learned that the Komnenoi and Gabras were to both become major ruling families shaping Pontian history. And thus our story begins, with the last Komnenos emperor in Constantinople, Andronicus I. This debauched, irresponsible rogue prince was a stain on the prestige of the Komneni during his youth. But his cousin, the then emperor Manuel I, forced himself to pardon the black sheep of the family time and again. Andronicus was a scum, that's true, but he was a charming scum, and he made friends easily. During one of his escapades from cousin Manuel's wrath, Andronicus came to the court of Georgia. Whatever he did there, he managed to earn King Georgi's goodwill and joined their houses somehow. Then when Andronicus returned to the Roman Empire through Pontos, he was given a castle by his Turkish friends near Colonia. And when Manuel cooled down, the emperor made his cousin the governor of Pontos. So Andronicus took up residence in Ineon and behaved until Manuel's death in 1180. He had vast estates on the Black Sea coast, put on a good show for the locals. Then, once he usurped the throne in 1182 from Manuel's son Alexios II, he didn't put the Pontian Romans through any of his tyranny since they were too far away. Thus, Andronicus and his family always remained popular in Pontos, as opposed to his declining support in Constantinople, which he ruled with an iron fist. In 1185, the Roman populace overthrew and lynched him. Andronicus' family also suffered. His good son, Manuel, who took no part in his father's atrocities, became blinded as collateral damage. But Manuel saw this coming and took pains to ensure the survival of his baby boys, Alexios and David Komnenos. What happened next isn't clear. The lives of Alexios and David are blank until 1204, so we must guess. Either Manuel smuggled his boys out in 1185 to their relatives in Georgia, or Alexios and David stayed so insignificant in Constantinople that they only made it to their paternal aunt, the legendary Queen King Tamar the Great, in the wakes of the chaos in Constantinople in 1201, after the failed coup of Ioannis Komnenos the Fat against the Angelos dynasty. In either case, it's certain that the brothers were in Georgia by the early 13th century, and that they had some connection with the fat usurper Ioannis Komnenos. See, Fatso was ashamed to reveal his other surname, Axouchos, because that showed his descent from a Turk. Not any Turk, but the Romanized Turk, Ioannis Axouch, the highly respected Megos Domestikos and lifelong companion of the Emperor Ioannis II Komnenos. Usually that's something to be proud of, but Fatso wanted to maximize his legitimacy. But that's not the point. The point is, Fatso's possible daughter, Theodora Axouchaina, was married to Alexios, as the narrative will soon show how. And Alexios, Axouchaina, and David will soon found a new branch of the fallen Komnenos dynasty, a grand branch, which would rule as emperors for 257 years, even longer than the Paleologi. Actually, if we add the Trapezuntine Komneni's reign to the dynasty Alexios I Komnenos founded, then the Komneni reigned sovereign for almost 400 years. Longest Roman dynasty ever. While in Georgia, the Komnenos brothers heard news of the Fourth Crusade and took the opportunity to reclaim their lost heritage. Tamar, a shrewd queen, supported her nephews with Georgian troops and encouraged them to take Trebizond. The Roman cities of Pontos needed no incentive, and they rejoiced to welcome back their exiled princess. Alexios entered Trebizond in April 1204, around the time of St. George's Day and Easter that year. That is to say, late into the month. By that time, Constantinople fell to the Crusaders on April 12th. What should have been a Georgian-backed expedition against the Angeli soon turned into a project to restore the Roman Empire instead. Thus, the Empire of Trebizond was founded as the first of the Byzantine successor states, and 22-year-old Alexios was crowned Emperor of the Romans. This would be something the other statelets in Nicaea and Epirus copied. But for now, the Komneni faced no opposition, and Alexios settled in Trebizond to rule his empire, which composed of Pontos and the Crimean Roman territories, which was called Peratia, while the more energetic and ambitious brother, David, took his army further west, towards Constantinople. On the way, he conquered Paphlagonia, which included the ancestral Komnenian homeland of Kastamon. The Komnenian Empire extended almost the entire Anatolian Black Sea coast. They seemed destined to retake Constantinople. Until Theodoros Laskaris happened. Laskaris was a nobleman, son-in-law of deposed emperor Alexios III Angelos, and found a support base in Nicaea. By 1205, Laskaris subdued his rivals in western Anatolia and was the only thing blocking David from Constantinople. The two Roman leaders, instead of teaming up against the Latin occupiers, duked it out themselves as per Roman Civil War tradition. In 1206, David occupied Nicomedia, just an arm's length away from the city, and Laskaris struck, making David's realm to be confined only as westward as Heraclea Pontiki, He also egged the Seljuks to besiege Trebizond, while David swung the other way and allied with the Latin Empire of Constantinople, thus saving his domains from further Nicaean conquest. David didn't like the Latins, but he disliked Lascaris more, so with Latin mercenaries, he ravaged Nicaea's border around 1207. The Paphlagonians crossed the Sangarius River to punish Plusias, a city which defected to Nicaea, but Lascaris' general, Andronicus Guidus, defeated them, and David lost almost all his men. Still by now, the Komneni ruled the largest of the successor states, although soon their fortune began falling. In 1208, Lascaris felt confident enough to assume the title of emperor. He made Michael of Torianos the Patriarch of Constantinople in Nicaea, who then crowned him Emperor of the Romans, like Alexios Megas Komnenos. Most Romans of Asia Minor recognized Lascaris as their sovereign, and Nicaea menaced the Paphlagonian conquests of David so much that he had to ask King Henry to come to Asia. This relieved David for now, but Trapezuntine power in western Anatolia continued to decrease and David disappeared. We used to think David was slain at the siege of Sinope in 1214, but newer research concludes that he died on Mount Athos in 1212, most possibly exiled by Alexios for getting too ambitious in the west, or sucking up too much to the Latins around this time. This was good news for Lascaris, who seized all of David's conquests up to Sinope before 1214. Thus David, the Lord of Paphlagonia, who titled himself Megas Komnenos and forerunner of Alexios, perished. The next few years are hazy, and we meet Alexios again in 1214. The new Sultan of Rome, Keikaus, invaded Trebizond and laid siege to Sinope. Without his energetic brother David to defend the city, Alexios rushed west, but he was captured by Turks and this doomed the city. The Sinopians stubbornly resisted and wouldn't surrender to get back their emperor, who they probably disliked for exiling David, the true ruler of Paphlagonia. But Keikaus tortured Alexios publicly, moving them to give up at last. The most important Black Sea port city fell to the Turks, and Trebizond was a vassal of Rome for the rest of Alexios' reign. Thus, its attempt to reconquer Constantinople ended abruptly. But the emperors of Trebizond, the Megali Komneni, continued using the title of Roman Emperor, perhaps just hanging on to a faint hope that they may return to their ancestral throne in the Queen of Cities, that Trebizond was only their temporary capital, only to be proven wrong. Now, we go over another large time skip and come to 1222, when Alexios I Megas Komnenos, the founder of the Trapezuntine dynasty, died at only 40. As a Seljuk vassal, Trebizond during the last years of Alexios' reign is a mystery. We just know the Turks were encroaching more on this fragile empire, a problem inherited by Alexios' successor. It's difficult to assess the Megas Komnenos brothers due to the lack of sources, but we can say that though Alexios' reign turned badly after the disappearance of his brother David, the creation of his empire of Trebizond was also the creation of an enclave of Romanitas in northeastern Anatolia that will endure until the end of the Ottoman Empire. Pretty grand achievement, all things considered. The second emperor of Trebizond was peculiar, Andronicus I Guidus. Alexios' young son did not succeed him, so the son-in-law did. Was he the Nicaean general who bested David on the Sangarius? Impossible to tell, but if so, it showed that Alexios valued talent more than blood. That Guidus, and this Emperor Gidós were both capable strategists, and this helped the empire a lot, as the Turks were acting up and violating Trapezuntine Crimea. So Gidós raided Sinope in retaliation. The Sultan of Rum was pissed and besieged Trebizond in 1223. We do have an abundance of information for the siege, but the gist is that, under the stern leadership of their emperor, and with the divine aid of their patron saint, Eugenius of Trebizond, the Trapezuntines warded off the Turks and won an astounding victory. The Sultan was seized, but freed by Gidós, and Trebizond threw off its vassalship status. Like the 717 siege of Constantinople, the Romans reversed an existential threat into a win. Sadly, Gidós' hard-won independence of Trebizond would only last 8 years, as the looming threat of the Mongols edged ever nearer to the Roman world. Now, most of you know this series is a continuation, an expansion of the Trapezuntine history I left behind in the Eastern Rome Summarized series. The main content of this video had already been covered before, but I am a human and I learn constantly. One fascinating bit I learned later was that the Trapezuntine Romans may have been the first Europeans, for a lack of better word, that the Mongols seriously encountered. See, there's a myth that the Venetians were the first European nation to ally with the hordes, but that's a lie. Legends say that the Mongols entered the Crimea and sacked the Venetian trading outpost, Soldeia, in the 1220s. Afterwards, sneaky Venice befriended the Mongols and told them about Europe. But Venice had no empire this far out on the Black Sea this early on. Soldeia, or Sugdeia in Greek, was part of the overseas empire of Trebizond. Maybe Sugdeia was in the hands of the Turks then, as Seljuk aggression in Peratia was why the second siege of Constantinople even happened, but who knows? In any case, among Romans, Trebizond was the first to come into contact with the Mongols, as the next events show. The advance of the Mongols had pushed the Shah of Kharizm, Jalal ad-Din, to Anatolia. Jalal invaded Rum, and Gidós supported him, but the Turks crushed him and punished the Trapezuntines with vassalage again. Jalal fled but was killed in 1231, and his domains were annexed by the Turks and the Mongols, who now shared a border. Trebizond was next, but Gidós would not live to see it, dying in 1235. He was a decent emperor. He saved Trebizond from Turkish conquest and raised its status, although this was lost later. Under him too, the cult of the patron saint of Trebizond, Eugenius, became very important. Alexios' eldest son, Ioannis I Axouchos Komnenos, who bore both his father and mother's last names, ascended the Trapezuntine throne at last. You'd expect this descendant of both the Komnenoi, which produced some of the best Roman emperors, and of Axouch, the best Roman magus domesticus, to achieve something, but no. He was trampled to death while playing polo after an uneventful 3-year reign. Wow. In 1238, the throne of Trebizond passed to Ioannikios, probably a brother of Axouchos, but another brother, Manuel I Magus Komnenos, the greatest Trapezuntine emperor of the 13th century, usurped the throne. To him, we owe the prosperity and stunning Hagia Sophia of Trebizond. But for now, Manuel ruled as a quiet Seljuk vassal until 1243, when the Sultanate of Rum faced the Mongols at Kosedah with Trapezuntine auxiliaries. The Turks lost, and both Rum and Trebizond became Mongol vassals, but it wasn't necessarily a bad thing for Manuel Magus Komnenos. Switching from a Turkish vassal to a Mongol one meant he was now equal with the Sultan, and the Mongols had bigger concerns than Trebizond. and Manuel knew how to leverage the new geopolitical reality to his advantage. In 1246, Manuel voyaged to Mongolia to pay respect to the new Mongol ruler Guyuk Khan, the only Roman emperor to travel that far east. As for whether we are certain of this fact, we are not. I have examined the sources regarding this encounter in great detail, and I have sufficient reason to support it. But I won't bore you with my yapping now. With the Mongols disrupting the Near East, traditional trading centers in Mesopotamia and Syria became less important than hubs in the north, like Trebizond, where trade exploded during Manuel's reign. He was able to mint so many coins in his image that Georgians called their currency Kir Manueli. All this prosperity and wealth allowed Trebizond to improve its army and aim for Constantinople again. In 1253, the King of France was on crusade in Lebanon, and Manuel sent him an embassy proposing for an alliance against Nicaea and Rome. The French declined, but advised him to ally with the Latin Empire. But seeing how alliance with them may have been the downfall of his uncle David, Manuel didn't do it. Then in 1254, he reconquered Sinope, lost by his father Alexios. This was a solid step on the path to Constantinople, and it cut the Turks off from the Black Sea. The Trapezuntine governor of Sinope was a Gabras, signaling the end of the clash between the Komnenian and Gabras, who also slowly returned to prominence in Pontine politics. However, Manuel eventually lost the race for Constantinople, as Michael VIII Palaiologos of Nicaea did it in 1261, establishing a rival dynasty in the city. Although a compromise was settled by the Metropolitan of Trebizond by recognizing the ecclesiastical authority of the restored patriarch in Constantinople, Manuel refused to relinquish his title of Roman Emperor to Michael. In fact, on a fresco of Manuel in the beautiful Hagia Sophia of Trebizond, which he built, the title Emperor and Autocrat of the Romans are proudly displayed next to the imperial portrait. Manuel Megas Komnenos' reign saw the high point of Trapezuntine power. We may even conjecture, despite lack of sources, that he expanded his empire southeast, thanks to his ill-counted Mongol allies, taking the rich silver mines of the Bayburt region. For these reasons, he was fondly remembered long after his death in 1263 and earned the title of the most fortunate general from Trebizond chronicler Michael Panaritos. Manuel's son, Andronicus II Megas Komnenos, succeeded, ruling 3 brief years, during which he lost Sinope to Mu'in ad-Din Suleiman, the Ilkhanid's new favored vassal in Anatolia. Trebizond lost Mongol favor, and that would prove the downfall of the next emperor, Georgius Megas Komnenos, Andronicus' half-brother, who succeeded in 1266, right during the controversies in the Orthodox sphere concerning Michael Palaiologos' decision to pursue union with the Catholic Church. To save Constantinople from Shah d'Anjou, an ambitious French king, Palaiologos was willing to damn his soul. Thus, both anti-union Orthodox Romans in Constantinople and Shah looked to Georgios as a potential ally to rival the Palaiologan emperor. Sadly, we'll never know how Georgios capitalized these prospects, as his mysterious reign ended in 1280. He was betrayed by his own nobles to Abaka, the Ilkhan, at a location known only as Tavrisio. Where this is, why he was betrayed, and under what circumstances, scholars are still speculating. Maybe all that intrigue against Palaiologos got to Georgios' head, and he boasted his status as Roman emperor a bit too much for his Mongol overlord's liking, and his policies left Trapezond too weak and isolated. he was not a good emperor in Trapezuntine memory. Anyway, Theodoro's brother, the young Ioannis II, Megas Komnenos, became emperor. Only with his reign do sources finally become more detailed about history. But we will stop soon with the most momentous event of Ioannis' reign, relinquishing the title of Roman Emperor. Palaeologus still didn't give up this idea, and he proposed to the Trapezuntine emperor a marriage alliance in 1281. Ioannis refused, but he soon faced a revolt by a certain Papadopoulos. So, after narrowly saving his throne, he agreed at last in 1282. From then on, Trapezuntine emperors were nominally subject to the restored Palaeologan Empire and went by the title of Emperor of all the East, the Iberians, and Peratia, no longer claiming to be the emperors of Rome. Ioannis married Michael's daughter, Eudokia Palaeologina, and exchanged his red imperial boots for black. He joined his father-in-law, Michael's final expedition in the Balkans, before returning to rule Trebizond. Yes, this Trebizond was now different, now subject to Constantinople. But what did it matter? The empire remained independent, having adapted to how to live under various nominal overlords. And Trebizond is entering its golden age under Ioannis II and his son, Alexios II, the first Megas Komnenos of Palaeologan heritage. That story is for the next episode of Trapezond Summarized. I hope you enjoyed this first introductory video and now understand how the Komneni created a new Rome on Pontos, an empire full of ingenuity and diversity, worthy heirs of both Greeks and Romans. When I say that the Empire of Trebizond was more Byzantine than the Byzantium which the Palaeologi restored in 1261, I think I may have a point. Let us recall the history of the Constantinopolitan Empire. It was the direct continuation of the Imperium founded by Augustus himself, and adamantly claimed to be New Rome even after countless hardships reduced its territories into something a Roman from Augustan times would never recognize. Gone were the core Latin provinces of the empire, and the seat of Roman imperial legitimacy, the eternal city of Old Rome. But New Rome preserved through the Dark Ages and emerged as a reborn phoenix in the High Middle Ages. This medieval phase of Roman civilization was of course different from the classical one we were used to, but it was brilliantly adapted to circumstances, ushering in a golden age. The exact same happened for Trapezond in the late 13th century, after initial failures in their attempt to restore Constantinople as direct successors of the Komnenian dynasty. The Trapezuntine Empire of the Megali Komneni took another direction, developed new strategies, and a new unique identity. You'll see what I mean once I present to you the Golden Age of Trapezond. Our current monarch in Trapezond was Ioannis II Megas Komnenos, Emperor of the Rome. Oh, hold up. I'm legally not allowed to use that title for the Trapezuntine Emperor anymore according to Michael VIII Palaeologus. Okay, sorry Mike. What I meant was Ioannis, Βασιλεύς και Αυτοκράτορ πάσης Ανατολής, Ιβύρων και Περατίας. There. Happy? Jeez. Yes. So this was the new imperial title Palaeologus gave to his son-in-law, Ioannis. It means Emperor and Autocrat of all the East, the Iberians, and the Transmarine provinces. It's a mouthful, listing down the domains of the Trapezuntines, but it's indicative of the new path Trapezond is taking. Instead of looking towards the west, towards Constantinople. Megali Komneni now turned east, towards Georgia, who helped build their state in the first place, and the wider Islamic and Mongol worlds in Asia. Another possible Paleolithic position which shows us this is how the Megali Komneni no longer could use the double-headed eagle as their insignia, but only the single-headed eagle, which looks towards the right. For most, right is the direction of the east. But I say possible because I couldn't find the source which claims it. An old tome by the last Metropolitan of Trebizond, Chrysanthos Philippidis. I usually don't talk about such uncertain things, but Chrysanthos was renowned for his knowledge of Trebizond, among other things, so I'm just throwing this out there in case anyone knows more about the eagles. In short, Trebizond was becoming a more Eastern Rome. When Ioannis was with Palaiologos, the West Georgian king, David Narin, besieged Trebizond as retaliation in 1282 for the Trapezuntine emperor's rapprochement policy with Constantinople. This was the beginning of a series of Georgian troubles for the Trebizond. The empire was indeed built with Georgian help. Georgian influences always remained in some degree in the Pontic state, but now Georgia was more controlled by the Mongols than Trebizond, and divided after David Narin broke away from East Georgia. Narin's state, no longer possessing the grandeur of Tamar the Great's empire, would of course feel threatened by their waning grasp on Trebizond. But Narin failed his siege and left. He annexed Khaneti, the easternmost part of the empire, before going home to plot even more. This was what Ioannis found when he returned to Trebizond in 1283, and his only solace was the birth of his son, Alexios, with his new Paleologian empress, before he had to deal with more drama in 1284. Georgios, Ioannis' betrayed brother, after being freed from the Ilkhanids and conspiring with the king of East Georgia, tried to take the throne again, but failed. He was never heard of again. Then at the same time, Narin backed Ioannis' half-sister, Theodora, whose mother was the late Manuel I's Georgian consort, to the Trapezuntine throne. This time, the coup against Ioannis succeeded, and Theodora Megali Komneni became the first empress of Trebizond for a year. She was the only Trapezuntine empress to have minted her own coins, but that's literally the only thing we know about her reign. Ioannis and Evdokia Paleologina took refuge in Pontic Tripolis, where Evdokia founded a monastery called Blacherna, like the one in her native Constantinople. Then, they restored themselves to the throne in 1285, and Theodora fled, maybe to Georgia. She was never heard of again. And just when I was happy to finally piece together a narrative, no matter how brief, we have nothing to go on again. Yay! We know scattered information about the rest of Ioannis' reign, and I'll do my best to piece them for you. One very significant thing, which should have happened around the late 1280s and early 1290s, was the establishment of the Genoese trader colony in Trebizond. Why does that matter? Well, if you remember back from when I talked about Paleologian history, you remember how much the Italian city-states, Venice and Genoa, interfered many times for the worse in Roman politics. Trebizond, on the Black Sea, had been spared their buffoonery for some time, but now the Genoese merchants made it from the Mediterranean to Pontos. And the Genoese mercantile exploitation of the Black Sea will have consequences for Trebizond, although for now it brought only advantages, as those wily traders increased Trapezuntine revenue. It was under Ioannis that the impacts of the sack of Baghdad were exploited to the max by Trebizond. The route to Tabriz, on which it lay, exploded in traffic only once the Genoese began discovering Trebizond. Whatever wealth Manuel had amassed for the empire, Ioannis multiplied it. This made Ioannis filthy rich. So rich that he and his empress Evdokia were able to sponsor several major building projects through their reign, refurnishing local Pontic churches like the Panagia Chrysoscephalos and the Church of St. Eugenius with more prestigious Constantinopolitan architectural elements. This was part of their policy to develop closer ties with Paleologian Constantinople, and they pursued it so much that there's even a theory that the Hagia Sophia of Trebizond, which most attribute to Manuel I, was actually their project. Evdokia certainly had the reputation of being a great builder, as a Pontian myth credits her with founding the St. Gregory of Nyssa church in Trebizond too. But I digress before I ramble about Trapezuntine monuments. So point is, notice the trend here. Ioannis was opening up to the west, to immediate neighbors like Constantinople and Genoese colonies. Yes, but also to those further away. His renown was so great that the Pope wrote to him in 1291 asking him to be Christendom's ambassador to the Mongols. The next year, Englishmen were reported to have been hosted by the emperor on their way to meet the Mongols in Tabriz. Trebizond became the first gateway to the Silk Road world for many Latins, and they developed this imagination of Trebizond as a rich and exotic land of every pleasure. However, Ioannis' diplomatic policies with Western allies did not mask the fact that he was helpless against Eastern rivals closer to home. We've already seen how he lost Khaneti to Georgia. It was during his reign, too, that Trebizond's territory began seriously suffering from the Turkomans of Eastern Anatolia. We learn from the chronicler Michael Panaritos that the region of Khalivia was completely overtaken by them, who made that fertile land into pasture for their horses. Ioannis did try to counter this. He built a fort near Ineon and may have tried to lead the Trapezuntine army against the Turkomans when he died, since he fell far from the capital, in Limnia, a sort of fortified border province of the empire which was the westernmost limit of Trebizond when Ioannis perished in 1297. The Turkomans penetrated so much into the empire that when his heir Alexios II ascended, the metropolitan Joseph Lazaropoulos remarked only major cities, and some forts remained in imperial control in western Trebizond. Ioannis II's legacy was complicated. On the one hand, he sold Komnenian imperial dignity and kissed up to the Paleologi, as well as the Latins. But on the other hand, even if we know so little about the reign of his predecessor Georgios, it doesn't take a genius to know Trebizond was in a bad shape due to his anti-union schemes. Ioannis simply reversed everything Georgios did and left his son with a troubled, yet prosperous empire. Alexios II Megas Komnenos Paleologos was one of, if not the best, emperors of Trebizond. Lazaropoulos, the future metropolitan of Trebizond born in his reign, was a prolific writer and had much to say about his beloved monarch. Even historians from Constantinople, like Georgios Pachimeris, had some praises for this ruler, which they discriminated as the Prince of the Laws. Why? Well, compare the Trapezuntine to his uncle, the contemporary emperor in Constantinople, Andronikos II Paleologos, a weak, indecisive failure of a Vasilavs, and you'll quickly learn to appreciate the former. Even Alexios was disgusted with Andronikos from a young age. He was sent by his father to be raised in Constantinople, but always had a mind of his own, refusing to be his uncle's pawn. He got this from his mother Evdokia, who, despite being Andronikos' sister, was a devoted empress to Trebizond, first and foremost. Remember back in my video on Andronikos, the Vasilavs had to save his ass from the Serbians by sacrificing a lady of his own family to marry Stefan Milutin. Well, his first choice was his widowed sister, Evdokia, who he called from Trebizond in 1298, Eudokia went all the way to say straight to her brother's face, "No." Unfortunately, that meant Andronikos could only bend his 5-year-old daughter to his will as Milutin's child bride. Alexios wasn't going to end up like his poor cousin. Andronikos also planned to marry him to the house of one of his corrupt officials, Nikiforos Komnenos. But young Alexios married Georgian princess Jijek Jakeli the moment he made it back to Trebizond, around 1300. Andronikos whined to ecclesiastical authorities, but even the church backed Alexios, as the teenage emperor of Trebizond made it legally impossible for them to annul their matrimony, since Jijek was already pregnant. Eudokia used trying to talk some sense into her son as a pretext to return to Trebizond in 1301, but she supported her boy all the way. She never returned to Constantinople, and she died in her beloved Trebizond the next year. Her second son, Michael, was still left there, and that was a loose end which will haunt Trebizond after Alexios' death. But we're ahead of ourselves. Let's discover the golden age of Trebizond under Alexios first. The Turkomans continued plaguing Trebizond. From Khalivia they now attacked the port of Kerasus, the second city of the Empire of Trebizond. In 1302, the young emperor decimated them, captured their ruler, Kustaga, and built a fort to further protect Kerasus. Then Alexios turned to the Genoese. The Latins finally showed their true colors and began imposing themselves over the locals, Romans and Georgians. Because the late Michael Palaiologos granted them trade monopoly, the Genoese thought it below them to even pay customs to local Black Sea sovereigns, and conflict built up slowly in Trebizond. In 1303, a fire broke in the city, possibly the first of a series of trade dispute violences in the capital. This continued for some years. In 1306, the Genoese threw a fit when some of their unrealistic demands were rejected by Alexios, and they threatened to leave Trebizond forever. Alexios didn't care. He could ask their Venetian rivals to take their place any time. So the arrogant Genoese tried to fly without even paying their duties. Alexios wasn't having that, and he set his Georgian mercenaries on them. Although the emperor's troops won the fight and burned their cargo, the Genoese committed arson on the armory of Trapezuntine. At last, the Genoese began to be humbled after this mutual devastation. Alexios allied with the Turkoman emir of Sinope to raid Genoese Crimean colonies from 1311 to 1314, so Genoa signed an official peace treaty in 1314. But after that, the Turkomans raided Trebizond instead, seizing a load of Trapezuntine tents in 1315, because the Roman night watchmen were careless. Also, particularly irritating Genoese individuals still annoyed Alexios, including a certain Megolo Lercari, who, after being slapped in the face during chess by one of the emperor's favorites, decided to commit atrocities in Trapezuntine coastal cities until Alexios gave up that favor to him. So, a second treaty with Genoa was ratified in 1316, in which Trebizond gave the Genoese traders immense privileges, like setting up their own fortified quarter in the capital. But they still weren't really satisfied, and to counter this, Alexios offered Venice the same privileges in 1319. Venice gratefully accepted. The Italians were now here to stay, and their presence cemented in the Pontic state. But neither Venice nor Genoa traded tax-free in Trebizond, unlike in Constantinople. Despite concessions, Alexios still came out on top of the Italian merchants, and he remained the master of his own economy. That was something his uncle Andronikos failed miserably at in Constantinople. Well, one of them anyway, because most of you remember Andronicus' first failures against the Turks were really becoming a headache for all Romans of Anatolia, in the west and the northeast. In the same year, Turkish pirates of Sinope again assaulted Trebizond and set fire to many beautiful parts of the city. This Beylik of Sinope became a top-tier naval power under Gazi Çelebi, the grandson of Sinope's conqueror, who partnered with Alexios against the Genoese. He preyed on Genoese and Romans ruthlessly. Luckily, Alexios didn't have to worry about Gazi Çelebi anymore, who died in 1322 with no sons. So, Sinope passed to the Chandarid dynasty. The Chandarids were a small Turkic beylik in Kastamonu, ironically, which was also the dynastic cradle of the Komneni. Even more ironic was the fact that they'd actually physically joined houses with the Komneni, as one of Alexios' daughters would marry a Chandarid bey of Sinope in the future, constituting, perhaps, the first case of a Megali Komneni princess marrying neighboring Turkic rulers, a diplomatic strategy Trebizond would be famous for. Going onwards, it will be impossible to study Trebizond without studying the Turkoman environs they found themselves surrounded by, so do bear with me. As of now, Alexios could only anticipate future naval raids by building a new wall in the west of his capital in 1324, after the new masters of Sinope traumatized the Genoese with a particularly heinous act of piracy. But Genoese traders were undeterred by the dangers of the Black Sea and frequented Trebizond only more and more going forward. Trebizond's renown grew in Italy, and in 1329, the Pope was trying really hard to convert the magnificent emperor with such a valuable realm to Catholicism. Alexios didn't, and in 1330, he died of bubonic plague. His death was mourned by all Trapezuntines. The 14th century was difficult for all Romans. Both Constantinople and Trebizond suffered from Turkic invasion and Italian aggression. But in Constantinople, Andronicus II was overwhelmed by them, while in Trebizond, Alexios II held them at bay. The Emperor of Trebizond vigorously defended his empire, and in spite of every challenge, Trebizond was prospering like never before. So no wonder his subjects loved him, and eulogies were written by both Lazaropoulos and his protonotarius Konstantinos Loukidis, who described Alexios as brave as Samson, beautiful as Joseph, mild as David, wise as Solomon, hospitable as Abraham. Alright, so what was this golden age of Trebizond like? Now at the end of the video, let's finally take a look. The wealth of Trebizond we have already described enough. The Trapezuntines were swimming in silver, now being a major city of trade and earning from customs. Alexios II's silver aspers were also modified, with elaborations in design. You can now see plants on them, and Saint Eugenius of Trebizond, who was always depicted standing in coins of his predecessors, was now shown on horseback. Why Alexios made this change is unclear. It's either a regional fashion or related to a popular Trapezuntine legend of him slaying a dragon. Yep, Alexios II was a dragon slayer, and Lazaropoulos covered this tale in length. If you're interested in how Alexios saved Trebizond from a nasty dragon, then check out my video on Byzantine dragon slayer stories. Lazaropoulos reports that the dragon's skull was kept in the palace of Trebizond, where the Megali Komneni held grand festivals and ceremonies daily. Being Komneni, their imperial rituals were more antiquated than those of the Paleologi in Constantinople, reminding the populace of the good old days, but this traditionalism did not hinder the Trapezuntines from being open to influences from all nations, like Romans of antiquity. Trebizond became more cosmopolitan by the day, It was home to Romans, Laz, Georgians, Armenians, Italians, Turks, Arabs, Mongols, and more. What Lazaropoulos also tells us is that Alexios, himself quite educated, was a great patron of philosophy and science. Trebizond wasn't known for intellectual achievements in the 13th century, but now it changed. The most famous example was, of course, how Alexios helped the Constantinopolitan scholar Grigorios Chioniadis reach the Ilkhanate to study Persian astronomy. And Chioniadis made astronomy the hottest science among the biggest brains of Constantinople, from Megahidis to Gregoras, before returning to teach in Trebizond. He influenced many in Trebizond too. His friend Euclides took on an interest in astrology and commissioned a horoscope. Perhaps the only example of a Byzantine horoscope we have surviving today. Chioniadis and many professors gave lectures in the capital. We speculate that there may have been an Academy of Trebizond, like the Uni of Constantinople. His legacy was carried out by a local monk, Manuel, who inherited his knowledge and also learned Persian. Manuel then taught astronomy to the physician, Georgios Chrysokokis, who published the work Persian Compendium in Constantinople and was much appreciated not only by contemporary Romans, but also later Ottomans and Renaissance Europeans. So that's the tip of the iceberg on Trapezuntine intellectual culture, and we've only lightly touched on their astronomical tradition. Point is, Trebizond was not behind Constantinople and even influenced it greatly. Finally, back to the point I made at the beginning about Trebizond looking east. I hope you see by now how, after Trebizond dropped its claims to the throne of Constantinople, the Megali Komneni began to truly work around their new realities. They weren't just another Constantinopolitan elite in exile, but they became a local Pontian Roman imperial dynasty. They knew they were here to stay for good, so they further adorned the Trapezuntine Empire with building projects, and we'll see in future episodes, important monastic foundations too. They assimilated, adopted native ideologies, like the proud separatism of the old laws and Greek lords of Pontos, such as the Gabras, who used to cause so many headsores of the original Komnenian dynasty. These old Pontian lords were acritic nobles of the earlier Eastern Roman Empire. They have long since learned to survive and flourish on the harsh frontiers with the Muslim world without relying on Constantinople. This separatism wasn't only aimed at the Queen of Cities, but also Turkoman and Turkish neighbors. There's a reason why Pontus resisted Turkification for much longer than the rest of Anatolia. And the emperors encouraged them to defend themselves against invaders, which made up for the weaker military of Trebizond. They forged many dynastic alliances with local Trapezuntine and Georgian nobility. But Trapezuntine separatism wasn't isolationism or chauvinism. They were incredibly open and welcoming to the world. They just didn't let anyone else mess with them. The Italians traded affluently along their territory given that they respected the empire's commercial law. Constantinopolitans exchanged scholarly achievements voluminously with them, given that they stopped interfering in Trapezuntine affairs. And Turkomans cohabited peacefully, sometimes even allied, with the Romans, given that they didn't raid Trebizond. I've done a lot of comparisons of the Megali Komneni with the Paleologi already, but just stick with me for a final one, I promise. In contrast with Trebizond embracing their situation, the Paleologi kept pretending to be ruling over a universal empire without having the means to maintain and defend the meager territory they had left. The elite in Constantinople fought futilely over their court status and ever-diminishing appanages, instead of catering to the needs of Roman provincials. They did not adjust well to the fickle late medieval world, and coped with their losses by obsessing even more over the glory days of their classical Greek past, unlike Trapezuntines who created a new golden age for themselves. This was the peak of Trapezuntine imperial performance, an achievement of Alexios II Megas Komnenos after some trying times under his father Ioannis II. Going forward, it would be challenging to keep this up, but the future emperors kept the spirit to heart and still did their best. But sadly, they were soon to catch the Paleologan plague of civil wars which would trouble Trebizond for 2 decades after Alexios passed away. So, I hope you will be excited to learn about that. And no, I will not apologize for slandering the Paleologi so much today. I did grow attached to them, but they deserve it. Especially Andronicus II, who really should have learned a bit from his more successful Trapezuntine nephew. Anyway, that's it. Thanks for watching. The 20 years after the death of Emperor Alexios II Megas Komnenos of Trebizond, and before the accession of his grandson, Alexios III Megas Komnenos, was a Trapezuntine 20 years anarchy. Like the Paleologi of Constantinople, the Komneni of Trebizond also became attracted to the idea of civil wars, rediscovering old Roman traditions like fratricide. As the Trapezuntine civil wars were rather complex, and I know Trebizond and its society are already unfamiliar to you, I decided to dedicate one whole episode of Trebizond Summarized to this dramatic period of its history, more than 2 decades of bloodshed. When Alexios II, the great Komnenos, died in 1330, he left his throne to a most unworthy heir, the culprit for all the anarchy that is to be unleashed. Andronicus III, a bloodthirsty brat who murdered his brothers, Michael Azahotlu and Yorios Achpugas, to keep power for himself. Now, you'll notice that the Megali Komneni and Trapezuntines started taking on Turkish nicknames, and thank God they did, or I'd have lost more brain cells than I should have trying to distinguish who was who since everyone had the same first names. Now, we don't know what kind of princess Azahotlu and Achpugas were, but once the first blood was shed, there was no turning back. Say what you will of the Paleologi, their civil wars were ruinous, but not brutal. If you participate, you will get shipped to a monastery if you lose. In Trebizond, the stakes were much higher and you paid with your life. The Paleologi learned to be too humane for medieval standards after the backlash Michael VIII got for blinding Ioannis IV Laskaris. But the Komneni never learned such lessons, and their palace intrigue resembled more the conflicts in ancient Rome. But Andronicus was repaid in kind by fate, and he reigned just a bit over a year before dying in early 1332. His young son, Manuel II Megas Komnenos, took the throne. The 8-year-old boy ruled for only 8 months, during which the only significant event was the Turkmen chief Bayram Bey, the emir of Khalivia, who had invaded Trebizond in the reign of the late Alexios II, raiding all the way to the Asomato monastery in Paleomachuca. But the army of Trebizond killed many of the Turks and seized many of their horses. After that, the consequences of Andronicus' actions came to haunt the empire, for he showed the Trapezuntine aristocracy that it was okay to murder to get power, and he left one loose end alive. Vasilios Megas Komnenos, the last son of Alexios II, was in the Queen of Cities when Andronicus III Megas Komnenos slaughtered his brothers. So, Vasilios survived and was now invited to come take the throne of Trebizond from the son of the hated fratricidal monarch. Vasilios obliged. He usurped the throne from Manuel and then started a purge of his little nephew's supporters in barbaric fashion, proving himself a bloodthirsty beast worse than Andronicus, staining his illustrious name and the high hopes the people placed on him. Vasilios murdered the whole family of the Megas Dukes, the Admiral of Trebizond, Likis Chatingeus, whose wife was literally stoned to death. The emperor appointed a new Megas Dukes, Ioannis the Eunuch, who soon revolted for poor Manuel in 1333, so Vasilios murdered his nephew to prevent future uprisings like this. He also wanted to boost his legitimacy, so he turned to the sovereign of Constantinople and nominally the whole Roman world, Emperor Andronicus III Palaeologus, who just won a civil war against his grandfather. Palaeologus sent his illegitimate daughter Irene to wed Vasilios as a sign of approval from Constantinople in 1334, but their marriage was nothing short of a disaster. The Palaeologina was cast aside for a Trapezuntine, Irene, who became Vasilios' mistress. The Emperor of Trebizond proved himself a butcher, a kinslayer, a tyrant, and a lecher in the space of 2 years, and to make things worse, the Turkmen Sheikh Hassan invaded Trebizond in 1335. He came as close to the capital as Mount Minthurion, and the Trapezuntine army was able to repel them, thanks to a providential rain flood. Still, the people of Trebizond had enough of this indecent ruler, and when there came a solar eclipse at Lent in 1336, they blamed their emperor and stoned him. Concerning the eclipse, allow me a quick segue here to say that it, and another eclipse 30 years later, were most likely predicted by the observatory of the Academy of Trebizond, who surpassed all in astronomy, if you remember from my last video. Around 1336, they also welcomed a new student, a quite renowned writer and diplomat from Constantinople, named Andreas Livadinos, who would live through the upcoming civil conflict firsthand and leave some sources on the subject, from which we may gather he was one of the few people who appreciated Vasilios' character. It's an early indication of how Trapezuntines with more Constantinople-based orientations would side with Constantinople-approved monarchs, like Vasilios, but not everyone agrees, as seen by the stoning. Unlike the late wife of Alexios, Vasilios didn't die since he was thick-skinned and shameless. What he did next proves my point. He continued sliding his matrimony with the Palaeologina and caroused with the Trapezuntine Irene, who bore him 2 sons by 1338, Alexios and Ioannis, while Palaeologina gave him no heirs. Then he and the clergy of Trebizond did a massive trolling in 1339. He married his mistress without divorcing his wife, who was his legitimacy source. He hoped nobody would even notice, since both empresses were named Irene, and if the clergy was honoring one Irene in their services, what did it matter? He drove Palaeologina from the palace too, but the Patriarch of Constantinople was no idiot, and wrote to the Metropolitan of Trebizond complaining of the abuse that the legitimate empress suffered. Frankly, we'd feel bad for Palaeologina too, and maybe we wouldn't even blame her too badly if she was responsible for what came next. In 1340, Vasilios died suddenly after a short illness, leading some to speculate he was poisoned. After that, Palaeologina immediately took power with her supporters. She banished the Trapezuntine Irene and her sons to Constantinople, for safekeeping with her father. With his death, we complete the first decade of the Trapezuntine 20 years anarchy and move to the next stage, the intense infighting between his surviving relatives and wives, backed by the emerging parties of Trapezuntine Archontes who really steered the direction of the war. The empire itself was probably not terribly mismanaged, but the conduct of Vasilios was just repulsive. He was a blatant murderer and adulterer, and it was pure fortune that no external enemies took too much advantage of the fragility of the state. Vasilios was barely worthy of the title of Megas Komnenos, except in the fact that he resembled most of all the patriarch of his dynasty, the infamous Andronicus I Komnenos, who shocked Constantinople with the blood he spilled and the maidens he ravaged. At this point, I'd like to quickly explain why this video took longer than I expected. I completely trashed my first video. I didn't like it, even if I spent a lot of time on it and already finished all the editing. I found out that I made several historiographical mistakes, from being overly reliant on a flawed and outdated historian. I'll explain that in detail in a minute. I just wanted to let you know how complex the history from this point on Vasilius' death could get, and how easy it is to be misled or misinterpret the events to follow. I decided then to maybe just still go along with my old faulty video and direct anyone interested to the article I was writing about the Civil War for a clearer analysis. But I figured it was unacceptable, so I reworked everything to present to you the following. Now, a survey of how a civil war would even start. There must be at least two parties with conflicting interests, and I hear you wondering, what party politics are there in a small isolated mountainous region like Pontos? Sure, maybe the Roman Empire was prone to infighting because it was big, and all big things break apart. But please, let's not ignore a key characteristic I've been reiterating every past episode now. The Trapezuntine Empire was a miniature Roman Empire with probably even more diversity than even the OG one. And diverse peoples have diverse interests, and they wish for different rulers to represent them, as the Roman Emperor is the head of, but also the representative elected by, the Roman people. So Rome, Constantinople, and Trebizond functioned similarly to our modern democracies, with polarization and the like. And so the Trapezuntines gradually became aligned with two general groupings. First, the old locals of Pontos, the provincial aristocracy of Greco-Caucasian origin and the Eastern foreigners. The other one is the antithesis, representing pro-Constantinopolitan interests, the newer aristocracy who migrated to Trebizond after the sack of Constantinople or in even more recent times, as the Paleologi extended their tentacles more into Trapezuntine affairs. They didn't have ancestral castles and gathered in the western port cities and the Pontic capital, but considered Constantinople as the caput mundi. However, both sides were adamant that only one of the Megali Komneni had the right to rule them, as the Komneni had now become a synthesis of both elements. Under a dominant and charming monarch like Alexios II, nobody complained, but after the crimes of Andronikos and the behavior of Vasilius, the two parties just couldn't agree on which Komnenos to rule them anymore, and they would commit to extreme courses of action to ensure a Komnenos who promotes their interests is on the throne. The traditional name for the Constantinopolitan party is the Scholari, due to the leading Scholaris family. Their name sounds similar to the old Scholae Palatinae of Constantinople, so the historian J.P. Follmeyer suspects they were remnants of some pre-1204 imperial palace guards, but in any case, they looked to Constantinople for legitimacy. But for some reason, they opposed Irini Paleologina, the epitome of the Constantinopolitan authority, and she even requested her father to send her a husband from Constantinople to rule along her in Trebizond. Paleologos, however, was just then on his last campaign, his conquest of Epirus, if you remember from my Paleologan videos. He never got his daughter's letters about that, so Paleologina waited in vain in a foreign capital where the people once more divided into camps. The Scholari, those suckers for Constantinople, were loyal to the memory of their dearly departed Vasilios and wouldn't just have any Constantinopolitan non-Komnenos rule them. So they, led by Sevastos Janikitis, but comprising of also the Kamachinos, Doranitis, Mizomatis, Kavazitis families, with the palace guard, seized the monastery of St. Avienus. Paleologina held the citadel, with her Constantinopolitan mercenaries and the second main party of the civil war, who formed in opposition to the Scholari, the Amijandaranti, as they were called by our Trapezuntine chronicler Michael Panaritos. Wait, I hear you say, were the opposers of the Scholari not supposed to be, the ones who opposed Constantinople too? What were the Amijandaranti doing, backing the most Constantinopolitan of them all? Bloody good question, and I would love to provide you an answer, but I can't. All all of the above interpretations about the party politics of the Civil War and what each side strived for, that all came from Fomerier's analysis from 1827, at the very start of when historians realized, oh shoot, there was another Roman Empire in Trebizond the whole time? We should probably study it. Yes, any real attempt to study Trebizond came 4 centuries after its fall, sadly, and this Fomerier's theory, being an authority in this field, has just been repeated by most scholars writing about Trebizond, no one challenging it until recent times. While this German's main classification of the Civil War signs is not too wrong, it really couldn't account for why the Scolari were fighting their Constantinopolitan empress while being led by Sevastos Giannikitis, a man who, upon closer inspection, seems to fit the Amijadarati profile of provincial ethnic castle lord more than the Amijadarati themselves. All of my digression of scholarship is to say that we shouldn't let certain authorities completely guide our own study of historical events, especially not Fomerier, who in later years came to publish brain-dead racial garbage with as much nuance as your local Twitter Nazi. At the same time, Ioannis the eunuch, still in Limnia with his fleet, joined in the war on Paleologina's side, and utterly destroyed all the beauties of St. Vianney's monastery. The Scolari were defeated, Giannikitis and his nobles were imprisoned in Limnia, but was Paleologina secure on her throne? No. Legitimacy issues aside, the Turkmens were another thorn in her side. Here we get the first mention of one of Trebizond's future great neighbors, what we call Akkoyonlu now, but Panaritos first named them the Amidioti, since they were from Amida. Although Trapezuntines beat them in their summer pastures for now, they wouldn't be so lucky in 1341. The Akkoyonlu returned and put the Romans to flight, then invaded Trebizond itself, burning the city so badly that even the poor women and children taking refuge in the churches perished. Needless to say, many lives were lost, and even more followed, as the burned corpses in the capital started a plague. Generally, in these moments, the people will cry out for a change of leadership, complain about losing God's favor, and it seemed the perfect opportunity for another lady. Alexios II fathered daughters too, and his eldest was called Anna, nicknamed Anahulu. You wonder what all these nicknames mean. Ulu seems to be the Hellenized form of the Turkish word kulu, meaning blessed. So Anahulu would mean something like Anna the Blessed. However, for Anna's brothers, Azahulu and Apugas, my Turkish friend couldn't decipher anything, so I leave the mystery to you, the audience, as well. Feel free to reach out if you know more. Anyway, Anahulu was in a monastery, possibly one in Jerusalem too, although that is contested. But what is important for us is that she left, and came to retake the throne of her ancestors. For an escaped nun, she managed to raise considerable support. She went through Lazia, where she attracted a large number of the Caucasians in the empire, like the Laz and Jan peoples, to join her army. Then they marched on Trebizond, where the Turkic raids, fire, and plague had conveniently plummeted Paleologina's already low support. She was deposed in favor of Anahudlu, a daughter of the legitimate Trapezuntine dynasty, who represented local interests. The Amijadarati switched sides, backing their new empress Anna Megali Komneni. Anahudlu may have been a decent empress, but we never got the chance to see it. The Scolari weren't going to let the Amijadarati win so easily. Their new puppet arrived from Constantinople in just a few weeks. While Paleologos died before he could send his daughter a new husband, his friend Ioannis Kandakousinos took to heart this request and sent another Megas Komnenos in Constantinople to Trebizond. The brother of Alexios II Michael Megas Komnenos, who was left by their mother in the Queen of Cities. Michael was escorted to Trebizond by Nikitas Scholaris and Grigorios Mizomatis, and the Scholari secretly swore an oath by the Metropolitan to serve Michael, the eldest male relative of the late Alexios II. But the poor guy was never destined to rule. Both Amijadarati and Scholari had problems with him. For the former because he was not Anna, and for the latter, well, Michael was an old mature man who might not comply with their whims. And so, while the Scholari treacherously imprisoned Michael in the palace, Anahulu's last loyalists killed his troops and plundered his galleys. Anna now dealt with both pretenders from Constantinople. She shipped Paleologina back and locked up Michael in Ineo, then Limnia. But her rule was shaky. The Scholari leaders escaped on a Venetian ship and went to Genoa, where they got a new young puppet, Michael's son Ioannis. All of the above mentioned, and Constantinople, naturally, opposed Anna, and she was also gradually suffering discontent from her own supporters. We're not really sure where she went wrong. Militarily, she was doing fine, as the Akkoyunlu raid on the empire during her reign was beaten back decisively by Anahotlu's army in 1342. But still, by then even the Amijadarati stopped being her allies, so it is speculated her internal or economic policies were upsetting for those who represented the local interests. Anyhow, the Scholari seized this opportunity and returned to Trapezond with Ioannis and Genoese support, and riding on this popular discontent, they took the capital and put Ioannis III Megas Komnenos on the throne. What followed was another bloodbath. The Amijadarati suffered a purge, many of the Laz troops and Anahotlu supporters were killed, while Empress Anna herself was strangled to death, along with the mother of another nobleman. In general, those few years in the early 1340s were hell for most Trapezuntines, who lived in fear of reprisals from the other side. Andreas Livadinos suffered quite a bit of suspicion for his Constantinople connections, and he wallowed in terror the whole time. Once the Scholari satiated their lust for vengeance, they got to work to manipulate their new puppet, who was a pleasure-indulged bastard who refused to even listen to the ones who put him on the throne. So, once the Megasdukes in Limnia, Ioannis the eunuch, who held Michael, died in 1344, Scholaris fetched old Michael to replace his worthless son, who reigned for just a year. Then Emperor Michael Megas Komnenos was enthroned, but he had to swear to obey those who once swore to be loyal to him. Yes, Michael was nothing but up front for the ascendant Scholari, who ruled de facto and divided the government among themselves. Scholaris became Megasdukes, Mizomatis the Megastatopitarchis. Their sons and other members of other great families, like Konstantinos Toranitis, also got top posts. However, the Scholarian oligarchy only also lasted for 1 year, as Michael, in a rare instance of a puppet breaking free, regained control of his state and arrested them all in 1345. Then he sent his deposed son to Constantinople to avoid further trouble. But the Turkmen also decided to profit from Trapezuntine disharmony again. In 1346, they seized the cities of Agios Andreas and Ineum. The next year, the Black Death arrived in Trabzon, decimating the population. But the disease was not the worst thing the Genoese brought to Trebizond. In 1348, they took and burned Kerasus, the second city of the empire, and later that year, a coalition of Turkmen from Erzincan, Bayburt, Amida ravaged Trebizond. As if that wasn't enough, in 1349, the Genoese returned to damage Trebizond even more, and the Trapezuntine fleet faced them, but was defeated, and 2 naval commanders perished. The The Trapezuntines retaliated by plundering the Latin quarters in the capital, but that was not wise, because it is speculated that the Genoese attacked due to a similar pogrom that the Romans inflicted upon the arrogant Italians a few years earlier, an incident only mentioned in Nikiphorus Grigoras, so I doubt the veracity, but anyway, the Genoese certainly responded to this persecution. 6 weeks later, the Genoese came back again with ships from Kaffa and Amisos, and sickly Michael could only buy peace. He gave the Latins Leontocastro, a castle his late brother Alexios II obtained from the Genoese when he concluded their first war decades earlier. So this was what Michael Megas Komnenos' sad reign looked like so far, and it wouldn't last long either, as he was pressured to free Nikitas Skolaris, who had some competence at least. But once out of prison, Skolaris schemed again, and by December he had already placed the new Alexios on the throne and forced Michael to abdicate. Who's the new Alexios? Skolaris had brought back the mistress of Vasilios to this Game of Thrones, Irene of Trebizond, and her son, Ioannis, who took on the name of Alexios in honor of his grandfather Alexios II, whose death started all this chaos. How fitting, as it would be this Alexios III who ended all this chaos. He was crowned in 1350, but it would be 5 more years before the young emperor finally terminated the civil war. I didn't leave you on the cliffhanger, but I'll save the exciting details of the final 5 years for the next time. Now, what can we surmise from what I call the Trapezuntine 20 Years Anarchy? It was different from the Byzantine 20 Years Anarchy, as in, it wasn't a bunch of Romans of humble origin trying to fill the power vacuum left by the extinction of a dynasty, but it was more similar to just what happened after the death of Emperor Manuel I Komnenos, cousin of the Megali Komnenis patriarch, Andronikos I Komnenos. We can equate Manuel I to Alexios II Megas Komnenos, 2 great Komnenian emperors who ruled long and prosperous reigns, bringing wealth and prestige to his people. But upon their deaths, a few mistakes made their whole surviving family fight for the throne, leaving them mostly dead. And it's crazy how much of the Trapezuntine emperors we just covered fit quite well with the Komneni, who fought each other after Manuel's death. We have Manuel II Megas Komnenos, an innocent boy Vasileus who was pushed aside but later brutally murdered by his uncle, like Alexios II Komnenos. The uncle was someone the people originally viewed with rose-tinted glasses, but then realized how bad he was once given the chance to rule, having no scruples about killing relatives and being infamous for lewdness. This applies to both Vasilios Megas Komnenos and Andronikos I Komnenos. Then both of them had offspring who were sent away to exile. Vasilios' sons, Alexios and Ioannis, and Andronikos' grandsons, Alexios and David, were shipped in reverse directions. The first from Trebizond to Constantinople, the second from Constantinople to Trebizond. They were all thought to be irrelevant until they proved themselves in the future, redeeming their image, as Alexios I Megas Komnenos founded the Empire of Trebizond, while Alexios III would restore peace to it after this tumult. We also have some very interesting powerful female figures, who mirrored those after Manuel I's reign. Empress Irene Paleologina, the foreign empress, although a Roman herself. She was always seen as this stranger and usurper from the west, like Maria of Antioch, the Latin widow of Manuel I. She tried to establish her place in this distant land that did not welcome her rule, but ultimately failed due to the xenophobia of the locals, a rumor about her having an affair with a palace official, and the strong opposition of a fiery Komnenian princess, the eldest daughter of the late emperor whose death unleashed the instability. Anna Anahutlu Megali Komneni stepped into the shoes of Maria Komneni, and both fought a year-long civil war with the foreign emperors, whether the Palaeologina or the Antiochene, although both were toppled shortly after by the scheming of others. If we go even further, we can find parallels between Michael and his son, Ioannis III Megas Komnenos, with the Angelos, father and son, Isakios II and Alexios IV Angelos. Michael and Isakios were both unwilling emperors, thrust into the throne by circumstance. They could both trace themselves back to an older line of legitimacy. They were ineffective against the Latins and Turks who assaulted the empire simultaneously due to the internal weakness of the empire, and ended up as victims of Roman political intrigue. Their sons, Ioannis and Alexios, grew up in the West, were very detached from their imperial heritage but still used by greedy men to achieve their own ambitions. However, once both Ioannis III and Alexios IV outgrew their usefulness, they were quickly discarded and punished by those schemers who deemed them to be ungrateful. The parallels here are quite crazy, although chronologically they don't fit in as perfectly as the Isaurian-Komnenian connection I found before. We still see the same archetypes appearing in mostly the same type of context again. It just makes you wonder how much history echoes through the ages, and how Roman, how Komnenian, the Megali Komneni of Trebizond truly were. They have repeated the Aima prophecy that plagued the OG Komneni a few times in their history, and the scholar Rustam Shukurov had even argued that Anahutlu may have come up with a reverse Aima theory to justify her right to rule. For all these reasons, I thought the Civil War of Trebizond deserved an episode of its own, despite being just 2 decades. It has so many callbacks to earlier Roman history, and I adore that. Whenever we study history, we should take the time to slow down and reflect on its links to the further past. The Civil War of Trebizond was a synthesis of so many previous Roman internal conflicts. So, it's fun. But now it's time to end this. We will talk about the reign of Alexios III Megas Komnenos next time. Alexios III Komnenos Angelos was, by common standards, one of the worst Roman emperors in history. Alexios III Megas Komnenos of Trapezuntine was, however, one of the best. If not, then certainly the longest ruling Trapezuntine monarch, and his 4-decade reign will be what we in Trebizond Summarized explore today. How he stabilized the Pontian Empire after 20 years of civil war and dealt with countless enemies. We begin narrating the reign of Alexios III by finishing the last 5 years of the Trapezuntine Civil War, an era of the 20 Years' Anarchy. But you will see that, with our young emperor, it was also an age of new beginnings. Notably, detailed and accurate historical recording. Let me properly introduce you to Michael Panaritos, our chief historian for the reign of his master Alexios, and only native chronicler of Trebizond. Today, he won't just supply us with random short bits of history, but actively participate in making it. Since his debut as a high official for Alexios was shortly after the boy was crowned in 1350, accompanied by his mother Irene, the Trapezuntine mistress of his father Basilius, and another prolific Trapezuntine writer who would rise to the honor of becoming the metropolitan in his reign, Joseph Lazaropoulos, who I have already introduced when presenting Alexios III's eminent grandfather Alexios II. But trouble was brewing. The great Archontes of Trebizond were once more plotting, notably the family of Doranitis. Theodoros, or Pileris Doranitis, and his brother Konstantinos were all arrested for this, but later, in 1351, the Vestiarius Leon Cavazitis was also arrested on some charges, and Pilelis was released to take his place. Pilelis was not going to let this slide, and took his revenge by seizing the palace and arresting the kingmaker Nikitas Scholaris, who was the true power behind the throne and put Alexios there in the first place. But people in Trebizond had enough of Pilelis' conspiracies that they rose up and banished his party to Crimea. But Alexios was still traumatized by his capital's insecurity and took refuge in Tripolis, a city that his great-grandfather once sheltered in while he faced usurpers. While he hid out in the safety of Tripolis, he also planned his counter, and to shore up his position, he first married Theodora Kanagouzyni, a niece of the Emperor Ioannis VI Kanagouzynos in Constantinople. Then he began to deal with the opposition. He and his mother, along with Panaritos, marched against Konstantinos in Rhomania, and returned 3 months later, presumably succeeding. In 1352, another noble, Ioannis Tanihitis, revolted and took his ancestral castle of Taniha, but peace was quickly restored once Alexios went there with his mother. Later, another issue magically resolved itself as the troublesome Pilelis and his family were strangled in Crimea, so Alexios could work on getting more allies by marrying his sister Maria Megali Komneni to Kutlu Bey of the Akoyunlu. This was an important event, as it marked the beginning of Alexios and Trebizond's legendary strategy of marriage alliance between the gorgeous Komnenian princesses, who make even Aphrodite jealous, and the Turkoman emirs of eastern Anatolia. I know I said a daughter of Alexios II, who became Despina of Sinope, may have been the first of her kind, but the date of her marriage is unsure, so Maria is the first certain one. Meanwhile, you may remember the Venetians and Genoese were having one of their little wars using the empire of Kanagouzynos as a playground at this moment, but the rivalry was so intense that Panaritos recorded seeing their ships burning each other in the empire of the Komneni. Just as it seemed there might be peace, Scholaris, that schemer, escaped to Kerasus and reignited the sparks of civil conflict in 1354. He attacked Trebizond with a small fleet in 1355, but somehow figured they had no chance, so they left. Alexios soon equipped his own navy to seize Kerasus with his mother, when Scolari left for Crimea, which the emperor then besieged with his own cavalry. Alexios received the submission of Crimea, but Scholaris and his party stayed inside, while more chaos ensued elsewhere. The Dukes of Chaldea took over Heriana and Soroyaina, while ex-emperor Michael tried but failed to take Sukhation. However, the civil war finally ended in October, when Alexios' generals marched against Tripolis and Crimea and dragged Scholaris out. Peace was restored to the empire of Trebizond at last. And so the young emperor could chill for a while after subduing the rebels. No, of course not. Right after, Alexios set out with Panaritos on an expedition against Turkoman raiders in Heriana. But the historian thinks the campaign was incited by diabolic forces, as it first went well, but a bunch of Turkomans swiftly routed the Romans so badly that the Dukes of Chaldea was captured, and both Alexios and Panaritos may have perished there if their horses were just a little bit slower. I, for one, sure am glad for Trebizond's excellent horse breeds, else this series you watch now would never exist, and so much history would have been lost. The emperor went home to find his firstborn son, his bastard with a foreign mistress, Andronikos, then departed again to defend the provinces with Panaritos in 1356. They went around Limnia, Kerasus, and Iasonis, chasing off Turkomans, then returned to the capital, where Alexios was again greeted with the joy of the new child, this time a legitimate daughter, Anna, in 1357. Later again, the emperor marched out, this time to the mountain pastures of Turkomans along the border of the empire. But his efforts all were useless when the powerful emir of Khalibia, Haji Emir, raided Machuca and ravaged the country in 1358. Just a few days before the Khalibian raid, Alexios III's aunt, Despina Eudokia of Sinope, came back to Trebizond. She was the daughter of Alexios II, who also married a Turk, and maybe inspired by this, the emperor dealt with Umar in a non-military fashion, creating another marriage alliance between his other sister, Theodora, and Haji Umar. Now Alexios was brother-in-law of two Turkoman emirs, of Akkayonlu and of Khalibia, and when he ran out of sisters, he would turn to his daughters. The emperor was fertile, like his namesake Alexios I Komnenos, and children kept coming. In 1359, he had another son, Vasilius. Having done with some immediate threats, Alexios looked to less pressing ones, like that of the Italians. He renewed commerce with Venice in 1360 and would work on tightening their relations to spite Genoa. There too was the danger of impiety. For once Alexios was saved from a storm only by the grace of the Theotokos, and he promised to restore for her the Soumela monastery, that magnificent foundation in Machuca, the pride of Pontos. He honored his promise to the Virgin, and when an eclipse happened in 1361, the emperor went to Soumela with Irini and Panaritos to pray for the people's wellness. Alexios also needed to mind the gestures of Constantinople, since the Paleologi had intervened so many times in Trapezuntine affairs, and not always for the better. However, now reigned the most pathetic of Vasileis, Ioannis V Paleologos, and the power of Constantinople was downsliding. No longer did the Paleologos go appoint marriages for his subordinate. Now it was Constantinople who sought the hand of the Megali Komneni. Ioannis V sent a delegation asking for a marriage alliance, possibly for his son Manuel II, since there is an anecdote from the Athenian historian Laonikos Apokondilis, later relating how Ioannis V, being an old perv, took the Trapezuntine bride and turned it for Manuel as his own wife, while still being married. I am no longer surprised of what Ioannis V was capable of, but Apokondilis wrote after both the falls of Constantinople and Trebizond, and he was the only source for this moralizing tale, so this is likely fake. But all lies have a grain of truth, so anyway. Alexios might be relieved that Nikitas Skolaris died that year, so no more scheming from him, but the emperor still appreciated his kingmaker to a degree, so he led a funeral procession wearing white robes of mourning. Then the Turkomans needed his attention again. Hoja Latif, the emir of Bayburt, invaded Machuca, but he made the fatal mistake of underestimating the warrior inhabitants of Machuca. See, by this time, 7 key areas around the capital were organized into highly effective military districts, and Machuca was one of the most important, manned by the fiercest Pontians too. So, the Machucans sent to the capital the chopped heads of their invaders for parading. Encouraged, Alexios and Panaritos launched a punitive expedition against Haji Umar for raiding Kerasus, and came home with much booty. More uplifting was how the Emir of Erzincan tried in vain to conquer Golaka Castle in 1362, and the pious emperor refound the monastery of St. Phocas in Kordili to give thanks. Although Alexios campaigned often, he was not a soldier, but always focused on spirituality more. But fortune worsened again. Bubonic plague struck again, the summer heat was unbearable, and the deposed Ioannis III Megas Komnenos returned to Pontos, although he was arrested soon. Alexios and his mother retired to Mesochaldea to wait it all out, and when he returned, he was asked by Tajeddin, the future emir of Rhomania, for one of his daughters in marriage. But Alexios couldn't grant that request yet. Ioannis III also escaped all the way to Kaffa, the Genoese Crimean colony across the Black Sea. And we will also take a moment to observe a development in Peratia, which was becoming independent from Trebizond. It was around this time that we got the first inscription there which attests to its new name, Theodoro. Soon there will be confirmed existence of a whole Principality of Theodoro in Peratia, and its first possible prince has been speculated by scholars to be a lord in the Golden Horn named Demetrius, who fought Lithuania with the Mongols during the Battle of Blue Waters in 1362. I understand that this mysterious principality generates much interest among you, since it was a Roman colony which outlasted Constantinople and Trebizond. But I ask for your patience as we will explore Theodoro's story in due time. And now, we return to Trebizond. While Panagiotos went to Constantinople to finalize the marriage deal with Ioannis V Palaiologos and the deposed Kanagouzinos in 1363, Alexios almost lost his life as he was jumped on by the Kavazita family, who tried to kill him in a plot. The emperor fled to safety and arrested the conspirators, which included the metropolitan Nifon, who was exiled to Sumela, where he died in 1364. Joseph Lazaropoulos replaced him. Late that year, Alexios once again lavished favor upon Sumela, issuing a chrysobull granting many privileges for the monastery, its land, and its people. His successor was born that year, the future Manuel III. Maybe that's why he felt so generous, even to the Venetians, who demanded a depot in the capital, and Alexios gave them one under the monastery of Theodoros Gabras, who is a saint for the locals. But the Venetians didn't know gratitude very well, and they were still jealous of the Genoese. So about Easter 1365, the Italians fought in the public square of Trebizond. Alexios hoped to keep the Venetians happy so he could balance out the Genoese influence. So after he spent some time with his brother-in-law, Kutlu Beg, and escorted the emir with gifts back home in 1366, the emperor gave Venice a depot at a better site in the capital in 1367. Then he headed out to Lazica with his historian, his mother, and his daughter, Anna Megali Komneni, who was given in marriage to King Bagrat V of Georgia, despite being just 10 years old. I guess Alexios cared little about child marriage, since he was also a boy when he took an empress and treated all of his kids as diplomatic assets. This was nice politically, but Alexios was probably not the father of the year, although he eventually made himself the father-in-law of many great monarchs, from Constantinople to Mesopotamia. However, there were some Turks he could not subdue with his strategies. The Ottomans, who made their first contact with Trebizond in 1368. Their raids on Kerasus were the reason why Lazaropoulos fled from his monastery there to Constantinople. In Golaka, the castle was seized by Kilij Arslan in 1369. Alexios was in Rhomania with his fleet, but next year he made up for the raid by defeating a numerically much superior army of Turkomans by their pastures. He could dedicate a moment to his favorite religious affairs and appoint a new metropolitan of Trebizond, a Thessalonican this time, the Athonite monk Theodosius, before going back to the mundane dealings like fixing his relation with the Doranitis family and visiting Lazica and the king of Georgia in 1371 and 1372. Then he tried to campaign in Heriana in winter 1373, but it was too cold, and the Turkomans massacred the Romans there, who didn't freeze to death first. Later that year, Michael Palaeologus, son of Ioannis V, tried to usurp the throne of Trebizond with a fleet from the ungrateful Italians, but left after a few days. Some good news, however, was that Chaldean Romans recovered Gothia Castle for the empire in 1374. Now we get to the deed for which Alexios is most honored. Let's say his most enduring legacy. Founding the Dionysiou monastery on Mount Athos. The brother of Metropolitan Theodosius was Dionysius, a holy man from Macedonia, and he requested the Trapezuntine emperor to fund the building of his monastery on the holy mountain, and devout Alexios naturally agreed. He issued a famous crucible in September 1374, with well-preserved portraits of him and his empress, as the benefactor of Dionysiou, a monastery still fifth place in Athonite hierarchy today. The monks got many endowments, and the holy mountain increased ties with faraway rural Trebizond. Another monastery that Alexios founded in 1376 was a local one, Anahia Theos Gabras, and this came in handy, as his first son, the illegitimate Andronicus, fell to his death and was buried there. Alexios mourned, but he was also planning on how to deal with politics, as Andronicus was betrothed to the Georgian princess Gulkhan, so the court of Trebizond rearranged her to marry the next surviving son of the emperor, Manuel, in 1377, as Vasileios also died earlier. These two were designated next in line for the throne, and meanwhile, in 1378, Alexios finally agreed to give Tajuddin Çelebi a Komneni bride. The emir celebrated his marriage with the emperor's daughter Evdokia in 1379. By this time, Alexios also took note of a new grand geopolitical situation. He had a new emir of Erzincan as his neighbor, Mutahattin, who absorbed and vassalized all the Turkic beyliks to Trebizond's south. But Erzincan was no threat. Rather, it was an ally. The capital was majority Christian anyway. Its emir was a son-in-law of Alexios, as you might have guessed, and he was a great friend of the Christians, who brought so much trade profits to his realm. He loved Christians so much that he would one time ransom the life of a Roman Orthodox priest in Erzincan who disobeyed Timur Bey's order to convert to Islam. So Mutaharta was chill, but he had the misfortune of being sandwiched between Timur and the Ottoman juggernaut. Erzincan and Trapezond were to get caught up in the clash of these colossi, but that's a future worry for Alexios' son, Manuel. For now, we can say, however, that Alexios' diplomacy with the Turkomans bore fruit, and his policy seemed effective. Except for a campaign against the Chepnet Turks in 1380 that had mixed results, Panaritos ceased to record conflicts between Turks and Trebizond in the final decade of Alexios' reign. The Roman historian's silence is not always bad. Usually it means that there was Pax Romana, but peace was so abundant in those last 10 years that Panarato's chronicle became random and laconic again. We hear the birth of Manuel III's son Basilios in 1382 and the return of the bubonic plague in 1383, then another large gap. So I will fill the narrative by showing you how the coexistence between Pontians and Turkomans worked, as the late Anthony Breyer wrote an excellent paper on it. By becoming family with so many Turkoman emirs, Alexios had himself also taken on the role of a Turkic leader, a Melik, especially in West Pontos, where most of his sons-in-law lived, and it lacked a strong Turkic sultan to order the little emirates around. The situation of imperial territory in the western edge of the empire is very confusing, because while the emperor directly controlled the coastal cities, many Turkomans settled in the interior, and this resulted in the curious case of the Romans and Turks essentially sharing the land on a seasonal basis due to the latter's nomadic lifestyle. Thus, Tajuddin and Haji Umar could be emirs of Limnia and of Khalibia, territories still under imperial control. The Trapezuntines didn't lose these lands yet. They used them together with the Turkomans, who were becoming more like settled Romans as time went on. The emirs were given castles by the emperor, and after decades of kinship with Trebizond, Tajuddin and the son of Haji Umar, Suleiman Bey, fought each other in 1387 over habitable lands rather than pastures. By his policies, Alexios succeeded in protecting his lands and Romanizing the wild nomads who threatened them. Now the Turkoman emirs were little different from the old Pontian nobles, the Janigite, the Gavazite, etc., who Alexios already subdued in the civil war. On the topic of his struggle with the local aristocracy, Breyer shows that Alexios was so obsessed with monasteries not just out of personal piety, but it was also a way to limit their power, which came from holding land. If that land was going to religious foundations instead of the great families, well, it was a win for the emperor's soul and a loss for the landed nobility. Using all these brilliant methods, Alexios III, the youngest bastard son of a hated emperor, a puppet for scheming courtiers, overcame all the challenges, external and internal, before he died in March 1390. And that was the 4-decade reign of the most well-documented Trapezuntine emperor. I hope you saw how exceptionally Alexios did, for an illegitimate child forced onto the throne when he was just 11, with no experience and facing both civil war and Turkic invasions. If you remember my analogy of the civil war in Trebizond with the chaos following the death of Manuel I's Komnenos in Constantinople, I compared Alexios III with his ancestor Alexios I Megas Komnenos, as the child of a detested dead monarch who was sent to safety with no big goals except to avoid the purges, but later exceeded expectations and returned to establish a prosperous alternate state. In a way, Alexios III refounded the Empire of Trebizond, gave it the traits modern Western imagination associates it with. Now I think it will also be fair to compare him with his further ancestor, Emperor Alexios I Komnenos, also a Vasileus who refounded the Roman Empire and gave it a brand new outlook after steering it through almost 4 decades of crisis. Like his forefather, Alexios III Megas Komnenos also experimented with novel strategies using the remaining strengths of his empire rather than latching on to old incompatible ones, starting the trend of marrying his children off to every corner of his world and working on a solution to the problem of Turkic nomads. Like Alexios I, his descendant focused on cultivating his image too, wishing to be seen as a pious Orthodox emperor and a cultured one too. It was in the reign of Alexios III that Trebizond really boomed in the production of art, due to his sponsorship of monasteries, yes, but also we get a treasure of a Byzantine manuscript, thanks to his commission of the Trebizond-Alexander romance. Just look at this beauty. Do you not love it? A rare exposition of Trapezuntine art, which illustrates the full fictionalized life of Alexander the Great. Alexios III may have wanted to associate himself with that timeless Hellenic hero, but like Alexios I, he was far from a military genius, and lots of his early campaigns ended in failure, although his asset was his endurance, and how he just kept going even if he knew his army wasn't always strong enough. Another Alexios that Alexios III may have wanted to link himself to was his grandfather, Alexios II Megas Komnenos, who saw the golden age of Trebizond. And now that we've compared Alexios III to every cool Alexios before him, I also want to contrast him with a negative role model, his literal contemporary Vasilevs in Constantinople, Ioannis V Palaiologos, who died around the same time. I've already done a short one in my Palaiologan video on this period, but now I can analyze from the Trapezuntine side. What did Alexios do right that Ioannis failed horribly at? While Alexios maintained his territorial integrity and became a regional hegemon of Pontic Turks, by the end of Ioannis' reign, almost his whole empire was lost to the Sultan. And it's curious because early in Palaiologos' reign, the court at Constantinople tried exactly the same thing that the Komneni excelled at: alliance between the Roman and Turkish royal dynasty. But maybe it's unfair to compare the Ottoman Empire to small emirates of eastern Anatolia. The Palaiologi were indeed facing a stronger foe, but their failure to adapt to circumstances and their passivity is still something we can criticize. Ioannis V was actively asking for help from the Latins. He left his own state several times to beg in the West, but never once led his own army against the invaders. His policies were questionable, to say the least. All he did was divide the Roman population and alienate neighbor Orthodox states like Bulgaria when he needed to allies. Alexios did the opposite, and even when pursuing friendship with fickle states like Venice, he knew when to stop, when it just wasn't worth it anymore. So for so many reasons that I won't enumerate anymore, I recommend students of politics to study the late 14th century history of Roman states in Constantinople and Trebizond in detail, to see how two contemporary leaders in roughly similar situations could diverge so differently in achievements. Then pick a good example to follow. Next time, we will see the decline of the Empire of Trebizond, who also needed to worry about the Ottomans now. See you soon. When Roman writers of old contemplated their own incoming demise, during the fall of the Western Empire for instance, many would blame the moral degeneracy of their contemporaries and claim the calamities that befell the empire were their own fault. While this is not the soundest historiographical approach, it's still worth bearing in mind that decadent monarchs is one of the factors which, combined with other powerful geopolitical forces sweeping through Eurasia, could hasten the decline of an empire. And now let us discover what befell the Romans of Trebizond in the 15th century, how they, previously masters of leveraging their disadvantages, gradually lost their touch, even falling behind the Palaiologi. After the death of Alexios III, Megas Komnenos, that trusty chronicle of Michael Panaritos we've been relying on for so long becomes not so trusty. Simply because Panaritos was dead, and some later writers added a few lines about later emperors into his work, but they are of such historical dubiousness that I am more inclined to trust in the sound deductions of modern historians on some dates than the pseudo-Panaritic records. That said, I will expound a little more on the problem of sources, now that we have little native ones to go on, besides Bessarion of Trebizond, who was indeed patriotic but clearly cared more about Constantinople and Italy more than his birthplace. So for all of 15th century Trebizond, we will be diving into foreign sources, Spanish, Italian, Oriental ones, to reconstruct what the Greek ones failed to reveal to us. Sounds kinda crazy, but it doesn't get crazier than the history in which nothing is sure. Sometimes we call Heraclius the emperor who lived too long, because if he didn't survive until the Arab conquests obliterated his life's work of recovering the East from Persia, he might have had a perfect reputation. But Alexios III Grand Komnenos was lucky. He died just before a force of nature descended upon his empire, an unstoppable energy called Timur. Already in the late 1380s, the Trapezuntines were acquainted with him, as their princess, Anna Megalikomini, the Queen of Georgia, was abducted with the Georgian royal family by this ruthless invader that besieged Tbilisi in 1386. When Manuel III, the son of Alexios III, acceded in 1390, he was not only forced to live in fear of Timur to the east, but also Bayezid the Thunderbolt to the west. This new Sultan of the Ottomans, after splattering the fields of Kosovo with Serbian blood, turned to reduce the last independent Roman and Turkic states in Anatolia. The Osmanli trudged through Asia Minor with their Balkan Christian vassal lords, including the soon-to-be Emperor of Constantinople, Manuel II Palaiologos, subduing the last free Romans of western Anatolia in Philadelphia, and advanced along the Black Sea coast, laying low the Turkic neighbors of Manuel III Megas Komnenos, who were rallying to this third powerhouse in Anatolia called Kadi Burhan al-Din. Bayezid subjugated the Chandarids of Sinope, conquered Amisos, and later all of Chanik, that region of West Pontos which Alexios III loosely controlled in his lifetime through his sons-in-law, the emirs of Limnia and Khalivia. So, Ineon became the westernmost Roman city you'll still find in Anatolia by 1392. The new emperor of Trebizond had to quickly choose between the Ottomans and the Timurids, and he threw in his lot with the scarier Asian conqueror, becoming Timur's tributary that year, again making Trebizond a Mongol vassal. But it was a wise choice with our benefit of hindsight. Tensions continued piling in eastern Anatolia, but in 1394, Bayezid left to threaten Constantinople instead, and Manuel's brother-in-law, Uthman Bey of Akkoyunlu, was too busy fighting the Karakoyunlu, so there was a brief respite for Trebizond. Manuel steered clear of the Turco-Mongols as best as he could and made allies in the west. In 1395, his empress Gulkan died, so he remarried to Anna Philothropini of Constantinople and made his son, Alexios IV Megas Komnenos, marry another Theodora Cantacuzini. In 1396, he granted Venice a chrysobull, but the coming clash of titans neared. In 1398, the Trapezuntines even lost Kerasus, so that by 1401, Manuel probably resorted to double dealing with Bayezid to get it back. Timur came to personally force Manuel back to submission. It is a mystery whether Manuel III actually fought by his liege Timur, and it's even more of a mystery how he got off the hook when Bayezid the Thunderbolt, the terror of Anatolia, was caged by the victorious Timur after the Battle of Ankara. With Ottoman power broken, Timur unleashed his wrath on Asia Minor, although luckily again Trebizond just very fortunately escaped unscathed. But the geopolitical situation of East Anatolia itself did its damage on the empire more than Timur, who spent a few months restoring the chaos of the Anatolian Beyliks to break Ottoman power, and left in 1403 back east. The remnants of the Timurid army wanted to plunder into Trebizond, but were stopped by the formidable mountains near Kerasus, now the new western frontier of the Trapezuntine Empire. A famous German captive, Johannes Schildberger, who first served the Ottomans after his capture at the Battle of Nicopolis and now switched master to the Timurids, recorded Kerasus and its vineyards fondly. A year later, a Spanish delegation traversed Asia Minor to encounter Timur. We get one of the most detailed descriptions of the Empire of Trebizond ever from one of the Spaniards, Clavijo. This traveler noted that the Emperor Manuel still paid tribute to the Mongols, though now to Timur's nephew, Mirza Khalil. He described the impressive defenses of the capital, its beautiful churches, the vibrant communities there, Genoese, Venetians, Armenians, etc. He also saw Kerasus and observed the direct imperial borders of Trebizond to be just 3 days' journey to the west, 6 days to the east, and 2 days to the south of the city, which is considerably smaller than before. But the emperor had 4 vassals. Ineon was ruled by the lordly Roman clan of Melicinos. His nephew Arsamir, son of the emir of Limnia, ruled Buna and St. Nikias to Ineon's east. Then the present emir of Khalivia, Suleiman Bey, who killed Arsamir's father, ruled to his east. The most troublesome subordinate, however, lied to the south, Leon Kavazitis, the archon that controlled the forts along the Zigana Pass to Armenia. Manuel was powerless against him. His escort for Clavijo left the Spanish on their own against Kavazitis, who had this annoying habit of extorting and gaslighting voyagers. If you remember this noble family from the civil wars, you know that they weren't so prominent or daring back then, but the weakening of the other Scolari gave them a power vacuum to fill, especially in the southern borderlands, and they'll appear a few more times to stir things up. Yet, they were not the only agent of chaos in this age, as Clavijo also noticed. The Megali Komneni of the 15th century were incredibly disharmonious, so much that they put their relatives in the civil war to shame. The Spaniards were received in the capital by the emperor, so Clavijo met Manuel's family, including his co-emperor, Alexios IV, his rebellious son. Like any good travelogue, he learned all the gossip, and apparently sometime before he arrived, perhaps after Timur's visit to Trebizond, there was a family drama turned civil war. By the late Trapezuntine era, the second most powerful official in the empire was the Protovestiarius, and Manuel gave the post to a low-born favorite, which triggered the Archontes of Trebizond to no small degree, and they egged the young co-emperor Alexios to revolt. The son besieged his father in the capital with the grandees of the realm, perhaps including the Kavazita. When the two emperors made up again, Manuel lost face, but kept his beloved Protovestiarius, and Alexios kept a fatal grudge. But back to Clavijo. Once he shook off Kavazitis, he continued east through the lands of Manuel's brother-in-law, the emir of Erzincan, towards Timur, the great conqueror who died suddenly in 1405. The Transasiatic Empire collapsed, and Mirza Khalil dropped his governorship of the Caucasus to seize his uncle's throne in Samarkand, leaving Trebizond free. In the west, Anatolia was embroiled in the Ottoman interregnum, and soon, in the southeast, there would be a brutal conflict between the Turkic leaders of the Akkoyunlu and Karakoyunlu, Uthman Bey and Kara Yusuf. For now, Manuel successfully guided his ship of state through the massive Turco-Mongol threat by just riding the flow and serving as the perfect middleman for converging Christian and Muslim worlds shaken by the new great empires. And now with Timur out of the way, the next grand geopolitical goal of Trebizond was to form an anti-Ottoman coalition with the Latins, Paleologi, and their Turkic neighbors. Manuel's relations with Westerners were generally friendly, especially with the Venetians, that he graced with so many privileges earlier. They tried to build their own castle in the capital, like the Leontocastron of their Genoese rivals, but by 1407 it was still in a bad shape. Still, they traded actively in Trebizond. With Constantinople, the two Roman states were becoming ever tighter and interdependent this century. The Emperor Manuel II Palaeologos and his namesake Manuel III Megas Komnenos were on amicable terms, and both loved literature. In 1409 or 1410, Palaeologos sent a manuscript for Komnenos' enjoyment amidst all the chaos he was facing due to the Ottoman Civil War. Manuel II himself was probably supposed to have become Manuel III's brother-in-law, as their lord fathers once negotiated a marriage alliance, but it never came to be. However, Constantinople would still join the Trapezuntine family, as Manuel II's son, Ioannis VIII Palaeologos, would espouse a daughter of Manuel III's son, Alexios IV, the last empress of the Romans, Maria Komneni. And Ioannis VIII's brother, the last emperor of the Romans, Constantinos XI, would also search for an empress from Emperor Ioannis IV Megas Komnenos, grandson of Manuel III. In 1414, an agreement between Trebizond and Venice saw the relocation of 880 Trapezuntine families to Venetian Crete. This mass migration introduced a much Roman talent to Crete and boosted its economy. This period of positive exchange with Western powers wasn't confined to the ruling class. Intellectuals of Trebizond found many opportunities as well. The young Trapezuntine prodigy, Bessarion, would have gone to Constantinople for his education around this time, before becoming the pupil of Iemistos Plithon in the Morea. Meanwhile, another promising youth, George of Trebizond, a son of Trapezuntine immigrants to Venetian Crete, showed such distinction in his studies that the Venetian humanist, Francesco Barbaro, invited him to Italy. Both Trapezuntine adolescents later became highly prestigious Renaissance Greek scholars, although they found themselves eventually on opposing sides, one championing Plato and the other Aristotle, but I digress. The one unhappy party in all this was Genoa, who grew jealous of Venice and mad at the emperor, who was accused of bribing Genoese officials and meddling with Leontocastron in the capital. In 1416, Trebizond sent an embassy to Venice and began a conflict with Genoa which lasted until the reign of Alexios IV. Or was it already the co-emperor ruling by then? See, here's the first of these chronological hitches I mentioned. We have no confirmation for Manuel's death. Pseudo-Panaritos claims he died in 1412, but contradicted himself by saying Manuel ruled 27 years, making his death date 1417. A possibility supported by most modern scholars due to an Armenian inscription showing Manuel still alive by 1414. But it was no secret that he was hated by his son Alexios, who was suspected of hastening his father's demise by both medieval and modern historians. Whether or not Alexios committed parricide, it is clear that Manuel III Megas Komnenos, after dabbling in religious affairs in his last years, died by 1417 after a long, stormy reign. His rule was at a critical juncture in Eurasian history, and the world came to Trebizond, from Samarkand to Spain, so we get a relatively clear picture of his empire despite the lack of native sources. But on him as an emperor, we still know too little to assess. It seems he was a typically flexible Trapezuntine emperor, with modest ability, and survived the Anatolian crisis by luck, mostly. Still, he was the best of the three emperors all present today. I lingered on his reign so long not because he was exceptional, but more so to paint an accurate picture of Trebizond and its world before the fall. 1417, Alexios IV inherited the Genoese problem from the father he may have murdered, and in 1418 he was forced to pay reparations to Genoa. Venice treated him better, although less warmly, than with his father, and in 1420 the Venetians held Alexios accountable for an act of Trapezuntine piracy. The next few years were spent just paying Genoa and arranging political marriages. Alexios sent his daughter to marry Uthman Bey and possibly a daughter of Kara Yusuf. Trebizond and Akkoyunlu, traditionally its first Turkic ally, strengthened bonds intensely this century, and in 1422 Alexios even helped Uthman take Erzincan. On the Christian side, allegedly his girls were wedded to the despot of Serbia and the Duke of the Archipelago. In 1425, the Genoese realized that Alexios wasn't paying up all the reparations, so they threatened to cut all ties with Trebizond, and the colonists at Kaffa were ready to make war. To the west of Kaffa, the Principality of Theodoro, the Roman Crimean state whose history I will narrate to you soon, sent their princess, Maria Gabras of Gothia, to marry David Megas Komnenos, son of Alexios, in 1426. That was the last entry in Pseudopanaritos. Worth mentioning, but the protagonist of the story I'm alluding to is David's elder brother, Ioannis IV Megas Komnenos, the co-emperor. Like Alexios once, the oldest prince ruled alongside his father, and he was a tempestuous one, just as capable of parricide as Alexios. One day, Ioannis just kinda found out that his mother, Empress Theodora Cantacuzini, was having an affair with the Protovestiarios, and he just chose violence, as you do. It's always awkward for a child to find out that mommy and daddy don't love each other, but very few would proceed to solve the problem by killing mommy and daddy, which was what Ioannis tried to do after he slew mommy's lover. Ioannis locked Alexios and Theodora in the palace, and something ugly might have happened had the Archontes of Trebizond not intervened and forced the unruly son to flee to Georgia. Alexios was shook and tried to make up for his sinful life by devoting to monastic foundations when he was stuck in the palace. And when his empress died naturally anyway later that year, he was devastated, despite being cuckolded so publicly and almost killed because of her. He gave her a splendid burial, and Bessarion even wrote eulogies for the late empress when he came home for a diplomatic mission from Constantinople. Alexios chose his son Alexander, better known as Skandarios Megas Komnenos, as new co-emperor in response to Ioannis' betrayal. Speaking of him, Ioannis married the Georgian princess and escaped to Kaffa in 1427, where the Genoese detained him until they decided he would be a more advantageous emperor to have in Trebizond. So, they supplied him with forces to usurp the throne. Ioannis sailed for St. Phokas in Kordili, the monastery refounded by his great-grandfather Alexios III, and set up his base there with his trusty Genoese second-in-command, Domenico de Allegro, whose relative, Antonio, an official from Kaffa, discussed peace with Alexios IV in 1428. Around this time, the Ottomans were maybe won over by Ioannis, and they raided Trebizond navally, now that they just conquered the Chandarids of Sinope and much of Pontos. And they were also mad at the rapprochement between Trebizond and their foe, Constantinople, that Bessarion led. Other new friends that Ioannis made were the imperial guards of his father's tents on duty, the Cavazitae and the Scholari. He bribed them to let two emissaries he sent to capture Alexios alive into the old emperor's tent. But the kidnappers decided to become assassins instead, hoping to please the young emperor more by finishing the job. Now again, like for the death of Manuel, we have no confirmation, but the efforts of various scholars narrowed Alexios' murder to early 1429. Ioannis was horrified and repented immediately for the parricide, or at least pretended very well to be. He mutilated the killers of Alexios and showed his regret publicly, associating himself with his late father in 1432 by issuing a crucible for good works in their joint names, and building a marvelous tomb for Alexios outside the Panagia Chrysoscephalos church. Now, this act had very profound consequences that stretches far beyond Trapezuntine history, as the body of Alexios IV had an odyssey of its own, and is a story absolutely worth sharing in due time. The only remains of a Roman emperor we might have today are his. But as for the person of Alexios, he was much less captivating. Since his tenure as co-emperor, he had been disturbing the public order in Trebizond and achieved little in his insignificant reign. He who might have committed parricide on his father got a taste of his own medicine from his son. Safe to say, he wasn't exactly beloved, and he was exemplary of the moral corruption in late Trebizond. And for the last 3 decades of Trapezuntine history, Ioannis IV dominated as an incredibly long-lasting emperor. However, we know overwhelmingly little about this period. The story of his bizarre coup and parricide was sourced mostly from the post-Byzantine historian Laonikos Halkokondyles of Athens, and backed by contemporary Italian documents and the works of another Spaniard, Pero Tafur. This traveler met Ioannis in person, and although his accounts are not the most reliable, what little we know about the emperor do come from him. Tafur claims that Ioannis was married to a Turkish princess and on great terms with the Ottoman Sultan, Murad II. The Turkish empress bit seems quite unlikely, and most scholars think he just confused Ioannis' Georgian wife, because in this period, the Georgians and Pontians took on Turkish names too, as we already saw in the Civil War. But being cordial with Murad is attestable, since the Ottomans helped him against Alexios and only attacked Trebizond once while Murad was alive. The emperor had another foe though, his brother Scantarius, the co-emperor who fled to his sister Empress Maria Megali Komneni after Ioannis took power, but never renounced his imperial ambitions. Tafur saw him in 1437, living with Maria in Constantinople, and married to a Gatilusio lady from Lesbos, hoping to retake the throne with Genoese arms. Tafur went to Trebizond and reported Scantarius' plans to Ioannis, but the emperor was only slightly concerned by his brother. He had bigger fish to fry, like the union that his brother-in-law, Emperor Ioannis VIII Palaeologos, was negotiating with the papacy. Palaeologos needed the whole Roman Orthodox world to be represented, and naturally he got a delegation from the home of his beloved Trapezuntine empress, led by Georgios Amiroutsis. This was the first apparition in history of this most controversial figure of late Trebizond, who would become its last protovestiarios. He was, on one hand, the most intelligent and respected Trapezuntine scholar ever, besides Bessarion, who was attending the Council of Florence as the Bishop of Nicaea and couldn't represent his realm. But on the other hand, Amiroutsis was a corrupt bastard that many blamed for single-handedly causing the fall of Trebizond. He showcased this duality early on in Florence, being extremely harsh on his fellow Romans and mistreating Bessarion's teacher, Plethon. Then later he was bribed to support the Union. Meanwhile, in 1438, on Lesbos, Scantarius was preparing his invasion of Trebizond, but Gatilusio was told to play nice for Genoese trade interests and a year later the exile's sister and greatest supporter, Maria, died, so Scandarius knew he was done for, and somehow reconciled with Ioannis in the 1440s, becoming co-emperor again, and his infant son Alexios became the heir to the throne. After 2 generations of sons attacking fathers, Ioannis knew too well not to have any sons and only sired one daughter, Theodora Megali Komneni. More on her later. In 1442, the Ottomans raided the Genoese in Kaffa, and on their way back, they almost attacked Trebizond had a storm not hindered them. The capital was becoming more and more vulnerable, and Kaffa was not being helpful to the Romans either, as they threatened the Principality of Theodoro in 1447. Ioannis sent his brother David on a naval expedition against Kaffa to help Prince Olobai of Theodoro, and the Genoese backed off in the Crimea. Ioannis also sent an embassy to Genoa from 1447 to 1449 under Amiroutzis. The winds of change were coming, and he sensed it. First, in Constantinople, Constantinos XI Palaeologos became the last emperor of the Romans, and in 1451 he sent his best diplomat, the historian Georgios Frantzis, to seek a bride from Trebizond. Frantzis was warmly received by Ioannis, and he recorded their exchanges, which I already presented back in the Palaeologian history videos, but one of the things they discussed was news of Murad II's death and the accession of his son, Mehmed II. Frantzis warned Ioannis to not get overly excited, as he saw the ambitious young sultan desired to take Constantinople and all the rest of the Roman world with a burning passion. At first, Mehmed avoided trouble with any of his Anatolian neighbors, to focus fully on besieging Constantinople. After the Queen of Cities fell in 1453, the only obstacle to the Sultan's Roman Emperor LARP was the remaining Roman Empire of Trebizond, and Ioannis realized it. He scrambled to adopt full survival mode, as the Turks now encroached again on him. Mehmed imposed a heavy tribute on Trebizond, and in 1454, Khizr Beg, Ottoman governor of Amasya, attacked Trebizond. But soon, a worse assault came from a completely unexpected assailant. Now, a little digression, because this guy is important for the continuation of the Trapezuntine Komnenian story after the Fall of Trebizond. He was Sheikh Junaid of Ardabil in Iran, and he was the head of the Sufi sect, known as the Safaviya. See where this is going? Junaid was forced out of Ardabil due to the Karakoyunlu, and he just wandered about with his religious warriors in Anatolia, looking for easy pickings. One of them was Trebizond. Junaid's raid on Trebizond was well attested, but nobody knows for sure when it happened, like for most events of this episode. Scholars used to support a 1430 state, but a closer look at Islamic sources would favor 1456 for this attack. Ioannis coordinated a defense with his army and navy, led by his Pansevastos, Alexander Kavazitis, but this didn't work, and the Romans failed to stop Junaid in Kordili. The emperor fled back to the capital, and the sheikh advanced east after killing many defenders, including Kavazitis and his son. In Trebizond, a woman accidentally burned her house down in the panic, and everyone was terrified, thinking there was a traitor, so almost the whole population fled to Georgia, leaving Ioannis with just 50 men to defend the capital. Yes, it got that bad. But Junaid luckily left himself 3 days later after realizing that Trebizond was impregnable. Then Khizr Beg was ordered by Mehmed to capture Trebizond again, but failed due to a plague in the city. However, everyone knew it was inevitable for the Ottomans to conquer them if they wanted to. In 1458, David was sent to Constantinople to ratify a peace treaty with Mehmed, who multiplied Trebizond's tribute. At this point, Ioannis used the last arm at his disposal, his daughter. Theodora was absolutely gorgeous, even by the standards of the Trapezuntine princesses, who were considered the most beautiful women of the day. This lady, with a face to launch 1,000 ships, was married promptly to Uzun Hasan of the Akoyonu, who was bringing his emirate to the peak of their power, and the only force around who could stand up to the Ottomans. Ioannis placed Trebizond under the protection of the overjoyed Uzun Hasan, sacrificing the independence of the empire for just 3 more years of life. Yes, the Roman world was truly collapsing. But now we have introduced Junaid, Uzun Hasan, and Theodora, better known as Despina Khatun. And they had in common the fact that they would all be grandparents to an extraordinary prodigy from Iran, Shah Ismail of Safavid Persia. When the Ottomans have snuffed out the last embers of Roman resistance, they will find the revived Persian Empire, Rome's oldest frenemy, as a new superpower to their east. And I think that's very poetic. Ioannis lived on for, I don't know. Because again, we have no confirmation of his death, which has been postulated to be anywhere between 1458 and 1460. Though newer research strongly suggests a later date, so we'll go with that. In his last years then, Ioannis would have witnessed Mehmed and Uzun Hasan's wars on the Trapezuntine borders already in 1459. The Sultan was furious that now Trebizond was now in the House of Islam, and he needed to act fast if he still wanted to conquer the last Roman Empire. Also, he just hated Uzun Hasan's guts. The Emperor Ioannis IV died in 1460, not knowing that regardless of his actions, Trebizond's fate was sealed and will fall in a year. Ioannis was very much a ruler of his era, a parasital schemer with few moral scruples that turned to theology to clear his tainted conscience. But for his long reign, he did mostly well, kept the empire standing, and fought for it energetically. He had so few descendants for Komnenian standards, but the one child he bore, Theodora, was worth a multitude. She would continue the struggle against the Ottomans with the Akoyunu after Trebizond's demise, and through her lineage, Shah Ismail and the Persian Safavids opposed the Turks with a brilliant new empire. Next episode would be the epilogue to Trebizond summarized, where we discuss the fall of Trebizond and explore how each region of the empire held out against Mehmed, what happened to the Megali Komneni, their Archontes, Theodora and the Akoyunlu, and more. And we still have the Principality of Theodoro to cover afterwards, before the Black Sea Roman tale can finally be wrapped up. So now we end. Romulus founded Rome, Augustus founded the Roman Empire, and Romulus Augustulus saw the fall of Western Rome. Constantine founded Constantinople and the Eastern Empire, and another Constantine was its emperor when both fell. This kind of poetic nature is frequent in Roman history. Just look at how in the Empire of Trebizond, which fell 8 years after the Queen of Cities, the last 2 emperors were called Alexios and David. Like the founders of the Trapezuntine Empire, Alexios and David Megas Komnenos. We will cover not only their short reigns and the fall of Trebizond, but also the consequences and aftermath. Ioannis IV died after relegating his realm to his son-in-law, Uzun Hasan of Akoyonu, and his daughter, Theodora Megali Komneni, now known as Despina Khatun. Like her namesake, she was something of a Theodora to Uzun Hasan's Justinian, if that analogy makes sense. While he transformed the Akoyunlu from just a Mesopotamian Turkic tribal confederation into a new, truly grand Perso-Islamic empire by his conquests, reforms, and copious amount of legislation to make Tribonian proud, she, was ever by his side, acted as the protectress of Christians in this vast imperium, and masterminded much of the anti-Ottoman alliance both Trebizond and Akkoyunlu had been building. Eastern Anatolian Christians, from Romans to Armenians and Georgians, flocked to support the Padishah, while the Latin West, ever more conscious of the Ottoman menace after the fall of Constantinople, would also gradually befriend him. And the actions of Mehmed II, when observing his opposition, speaks volumes to how effective it was. The Sultan feared the Akkoyunlu-Trebizond union so much that he began preparing for the final invasion of the Pontian Roman Empire immediately after the marriage of the Turkic Justinian and Theodora. In 1459, he already took Amisos to launch his navy, and the Ottomans and Akkoyunlu clashed frequently around Trebizond. Sources of this period: Roman, Venetian, heck, even Mehmed's greatest sycophant, Georgius Amirouchis the Turcophile, who might have tipped his country right into the hands of the Porte, could find no casus belli for the Sultan's aggression against Trebizond, who paid their tribute to him on time. An empire that burned with the last embers of Roman imperial tradition had to go, or Mehmed would never feel secure. In the empire itself, Emperor Alexios V Megas Komnenos succeeded his uncle Ioannis IV. He was the son of Ioannis' late brother and co-emperor Scantarius, and he was just 4 years old. Guess what happens to young Komnenian boy emperors who take the throne after the sudden death of their predecessor? They get usurped by their charming uncle, of course, as history has shown. Ioannis' other brother, David Megas Komnenos, was unamused. He was the despotes of Ioannis, who trusted him to lead military expeditions against the Genoese and conduct diplomacy with the Turks. Why should the kid rule? In 1460, David got the support of the Cavaziti, the most influential Archontic family of Trebizond of the time, and deposed his nephew. Now he was the last emperor of Trebizond, and he knew the vulnerability of his realm, so he redoubled the anti-Ottoman diplomatic efforts started by his brother. David went on an IR spree, allying with the last Jandaries in Sinope and trying to form a holy league with the Pope. Cardinal Bessarion of Trebizond had actively tried to stir a crusade in Europe ever since 1453, but now with his own homeland in danger too, he was even more zealous in appealing to the Latin lords. One of David's more interesting new alliances is that with Florence, the rising new Italian city-state and heart of the Renaissance. One of Dante Alighieri's offspring was a merchant in Trebizond and acted as the emperor's envoy to his native Florence, which now received trade privileges in Trebizond like Venice and Genoa, its traditional partners. Now, just a word of caution, David, being the last Roman emperor, had acquired something of a mythical aura despite not being nearly as heroic as his brother-in-law, Constantinos XI in Constantinople. So not all sources about him were 100% authentic, and neither are all accounts of the imminent fall of Trebizond, mostly touched on by post-Byzantine historians Laonikos Hatkokondilis and Michael Kritopoulos of Imbros. After a while of secret preparations against Trebizond, Mehmed struck, but first at David's Jandaris allies in Sinope, the finest port of the Black Sea. The Jandaris tried to be independent from the Ottomans for some time, and this was their final fall. In June 1461, Sinope was surrendered to Mehmed in exchange for the emir's retirement in the Ottoman Balkans. Trebizond, long ago founded by colonists from Sinope, was to share the fate of her mother city. The Sultan then proceeded into Akkoyunlu territory, advancing to Erzincan to cut off Uzun Hasan from rescuing Trebizond. The Ottomans ravaged Uzun Hasan's lands, so he sent his mother, Sara Khatun, to negotiate. Both Mehmed and his main commander, Mahmud Pasha, had great respect for Sara, and the Ottomans agreed to not trespass Akkoyunlu domains anymore if Hassan backed off from Trebizond. Sara asked Mehmed why he wanted it so badly. The Sultan's justification was the sword of Islam. Then Mehmed and Mahmud each led some men to enter the empire through very unconventional routes, as the direct southern route through Mesochaldea was blocked by the Kavaziti. The Ottoman fleet came first from Sinope and besieged Trebizond. The Roman defenders fought off the landing party and another cavalry unit sent ahead by Mehmed, but once the Sultan arrived with his big guns, those cannons that broke even the Theodosian walls of Constantinople, the Trapezuntines knew it was over. They could have gone on resisting and fighting to the last man like Constantinos Palaiologos did 8 years earlier, but they didn't. They knew they wouldn't want to suffer like Constantinople. Importantly in Trebizond, the second most powerful man, the protovestiarios Amiroutzis, was very pro-Ottoman and did everything he could to convince David to surrender peacefully. Mahmud Pasha was the son of a Serb and a Trapezuntine, and he was cousins with Amiroutzis, so they began discussing terms secretly already. It was a fairly standard Islamic treaty. Capitulation without a fight, for no sacking and enslavement. David and the Trapezuntines decided to accept and deal with the Sultan directly, so that once Mehmed came, the surrender terms were negotiated after some unpleasantries. Trebizond was handed over to the Turks on August 15, 1461. This was the end of the Trapezuntine Empire and the Komnenian dynasty at last. Trebizond was left to Kazim Bey to govern, and its population generally was dealt with in 3 ways. They were allowed to stay home and pay the jizya, or they were deported to Constantinople to boost the demographics of the new Ottoman capital, or they were unfortunate enough to be a pretty girl or well-built boy, in which case they were forced to join the Sultan's harem or Janissary corps. As for its nobles, the Turkish administration attempted to slowly uproot them from their homeland. Emphasis on slow, as the Archontic families of Kavazitis, Doranitis, Samson, etc. were strongly entrenched in Pontos, as was the Roman Orthodox tradition of its natives. This was why the southern regions of Trebizond resisted on after the fall of the capital, under the military leadership of local lords and maybe monks too. And then, even after the fall of all these provincial centers, they stayed relatively independent and preserved their old customs in the Ottoman Empire. The rest of the video is dedicated to explaining this phenomenon and narrating the fates of the Megali Komneni and their Trapezuntine civil and ecclesiastical elites. Only in Pontos proper though. We'll cover the other side of the Black Sea, the Principality of Theodoro, next time. David and his family made obeisance to Mehmed and ensured the security of their property, plus a new holding for them in the Strymon Valley as compensation for losing their empire. Like despot Dimitrios Palaiologos, whose despotate of the Morea fell 1 year earlier, the last Megali Komneni were yanked from their land and integrated within the Ottoman imperial court and administration. After Mehmed had satisfied himself with his new territory, he transferred David and his retinue, including Amiroutzis and a few Kavaziti, to Constantinople, then their new home. David and his family lived in their Macedonian estate, being neighbors with Mara Brankovic, the adored Serbian stepmother of Mehmed and their own relative too, through the marriage of a sister of David with Mara's father, George. This Trapezuntine Serb connection made the Komneni and Mara all into one big family, like Amiroutzis and Mahmud Pasha. This made it easy for the imperial family of Trebizond to navigate the Ottoman court, and they got along fine for the most part. Especially Amiroutzis was having the time of his life, now that he had secured a position as the chief philosophical advisor of the Sultan. He was responsible for the fall of Trebizond, but he didn't care what his countrymen thought about him, shamelessly writing to Bessarion about the fate of their homeland and asking him for money to ransom his son. who was in danger of converting to Islam. It's possible that Bessarion sent the money. The boy was his godson. But both treacherous sons of Amirudzis, Vasilios and Alexander, would Turkify later in life, becoming Mehmed Bey and Iskander Bey, confidants of Mehmed. But the greatest betrayal of Amirudzis was causing the brutal downfall of the Megali Komneni in 1463, when rising pressure from Uzun Hasan made Mehmed even more paranoid of them than ever, and actively looked to solve his Komnenos problem. Besides the existing alliance between David and Uzun Hasan, his family was literally a living symbol, not just of Roman imperial tradition, but also Komnenian legitimacy. The prestige associated with them was enormous among the Sultan's Roman and Christian subjects. See, even Mehmed himself lied that he was descended from Alexios I Komnenos. And what do you know? Some suspiciously incriminating letters were soon found by Amirudzis in David's possession, from his niece, Nesmina Khatun, asking her uncle to send to her one of his sons, or even the young ex-emperor Alexios V, to the court of Uzun Hasan. Mehmed dragged David, his sons, and nephew Alexios to the execution block for this supposed conspiracy, and murdered them after they refused to apostatize. Their execution is traditionally dated to November 1st, which is now their feast day, since the last Komneni had been recently canonized as saints. Which is why I'm posting this video on November 1st, 2025, but anyway. The slaughter of the Komnenos men sent shockwaves to as far as Western Europe, while back east, the Komneni women had to cope with what Mehmed planned for them. David's daughter Anna was sent to his harem and married off to Zaganos Pasha, who mistreated her, and she probably died because of it. More dramatic but mysterious was the fate of David's wife, who managed to replay a macabre medieval version of Sophocles' Antigone. Mehmed left the remains of the Komneni exposed and forbade anyone from giving them a proper burial. The last empress of Trebizond dug their graves with her own hands and was fined by the Sultan. Her friends paid the fine, but she died inside already and lived the rest of her days next to her dead family, if you believe this late anecdote. Now, back to Amirudzis, because this duplicitous polymath just kept rising, to the point of dictating the affairs of the church. I'd say in a way, he was like the Gennadius Scholarius of the Trapezuntines, for he secured the relative well-being and many religious privileges for his fallen people by cooperating with Mehmed, though he lacked even the basic honor of Scholarius, who died 1 year before. His successor, the second Ottoman Patriarch of Constantinople, was Yusuf I, an upright priest who upheld canon law. But Amirudzis was the opposite, and when he saw the beautiful widow of the last Duke of Athens, he lusted hard, very hard. So hard that he intended to marry the widow without divorcing his wife. Unlike his sons, he never apostatized, despite acting like a convert already, so he needed the patriarch's consent to do his bigamy. Yusuf obviously refused, so Amirudzis cried to Mahmud and Mehmed. The result was that a layman's complaint caused the patriarch to be humiliated by shaving his beard, and the future patriarch, a churchman named Manuel, mutilated by having his nose slit. Such horrible acts made Yusuf downright suicidal, and the Ottoman Patriarchate's leadership was up for grabs. Amirudzis became the community leader of the Trapezuntines Mehmed deported to Constantinople, and they became one of the factions in this patriarchal rivalry. Meanwhile, in 1465, Mehmed confirmed Dubera, the birthplace of Amirudzis, a Pontian village just south of Sumela Monastery and one of its monastic estates, which Alexios III, Megas Komnenos, granted tax immunity back in the day to keep enjoying its status and revenue. More on this little village of big importance later, but now we should just know that Amirouchis used his home income to back his patriarchal candidate, Simeon of Trebizond, in 1466. He bribed Mehmed with it and became Patriarch Simeon I of Constantinople with his simony, before Mara Brankovic, whose monastic estates in Macedonia were the rival of Sumelas in Pontos, outbid Simeon and made Mehmed elevate her man, Dionysius, who reigned as Patriarch until 1471 when Amirouchis and Simeon's faction accused Dionysius of having circumcised and deposed him. Simeon bribed Mehmed again and promised to put down the ongoing Akkoyunlu attempt to restore the Megali Komneni to Trebizond to begin his second term as Patriarch. He appointed the Metropolitan of Trebizond, Pancratius, to smooth the Trapezuntines who were helping Uzun Hasan in 1472. Trebizond had a Metropolitan again, but Simeon was deposed again in 1475 by another candidate of Mara, and around that time, his patron Amirouchis died ingloriously in the game of dice. The last protobestiarios of Trebizond got the end he deserved, and the sheer irony that the next patriarch would be the noseless Manuel who once stood against his immorality is just too good. The patriarch Maximus III reigned from 1476 to 1482, bringing at last a short period of peace to the Ottoman Roman Church, until Simeon weaseled back for his third term after Maximus' death. Genuinely, Simeon was to blame for the beginning of the corruption of the Ottoman Patriarchate, although he contributed something to his people by holding the 1484 Synod of Constantinople, which rejected the union signed in Florence, officially restoring orthodoxy as it was before, within the Ottoman Rum millet. He died intestate shortly after the Wallachians candidate removed him in 1486, haunting the Patriarchate even in death with his massive inheritance. But that's a whole other story. I used the tale of the Constantinopolitan Trapezuntines as an excuse to present to you the earliest days of the Rum millet and their ethnarchs, the Patriarchs. So, see this as an elaboration on my epilogue to both the Constantinople and the Trebizond series. I'm sure you'd prefer to be spared from the Roman politics in the city, so now let's see what happened to the Trapezuntines who kept defending their homes. Like with the fall of Constantinople, various Roman localities in the Morea resisted many years. In Trapezond, the capital fell, but some cities in Mesochaldea held out. We really lack solid historical accounts for these events, but I'll do my best to present them, as preserved in the popular ballads of Pontos. The cities defied the Ottomans up to a few months, not long. Gabras resisted until they surrendered on favorable terms for the Christians of the city, and Kordeli, a city with a monastery fortress of St. Phocas, was defended by a girl until it fell. Yes, a girl, a lass who killed 3,000 Janissaries when they assaulted the city, if you believe the songs. The castles lasted longer, most fell by betrayal instead, like Pariokastor, and the songs even record the name of the traitor, Marthas. In the southern marchlands of Mesochaldea, the territory of the Kavaziti, resistance ran up to 2 decades. They already scared Mehmed and Mahmud enough to go around them when attacking Trebizond, and though the Sultan immediately sent Kizilbeg to subdue Mesochaldea after he took the capital, and the main line of the Kavaziti were exiled along the Megali Komneni, some minor branch, or other Chaldean archons, continued to hold the main Kavaziti stronghold, Torul Castle, and the principalities around it. They were vassals of Uzun Hasan, and the Ottomans didn't really dare to occupy them as long as the Padishah of the Akkoyunlu threatened them in the rear. Although Uzun Hasan and Despina Khatun failed to prevent the empire from falling, they tried a few times to restore it. As early as 1463, when Uzun Hasan briefly took Trebizond, and the letters to David from Theodora might be genuine. But it took until the 1470s for her to emerge as a legendary figure in the West. The Venetians lost Negroponte to the Ottomans in 1470 and declared war. We saw in the Morea video they fought with the help of the Peloponnesian Greeks in the West. In the East, they turned to Uzun Hasan as a potential ally. Despina Khatun handled the correspondence and really impressed the Venetian ambassador, Caterino Zino, who wrote a lot about her. Uzun Hasan spent the few years since the fall of Trebizond enlarging his empire, becoming the master of Persia and Eastern Anatolia, so that he was already in open hostilities with the Ottomans since 1471. He advanced as far as Philomelion and menaced Mehmed badly. In 1472, Caterino secured his alliance. Venice would bring the Turkoman firearms. But Venice being Venice, they failed to deliver, and this proved disastrous. For now, Caterino returned home with his diplomatic victory and reports of the Akoyunlu's triumphs in Pontos. Uzun Hasan demanded Mehmed Trebizond and sent a campaign to revive it. Theodora led his troops through Samskit towards Trebizond, and the Trapezuntines were excited to throw off the Turkish yoke. It was for this that Patriarch Simeon sent Pancratius to calm everyone down. Eventually, the siege failed, but on the bright side, if the emperor could not be restored, the metropolitan was. Hasan pressed on, beat the Ottomans at Erzincan in 1473, then faced Mehmed at the Battle of Atlukbeli, where the Akoyunlu had the upper hand initially, and Despina Khatun was there to encourage her husband to pursue the fleeing Ottomans. But, as history would have it, Atlukbeli was the catastrophic defeat that ended the rise of the Akoyunlu. Partly because they didn't have those promised Venetian guns, and light cavalry didn't stand long against the Ottoman artillery. Thus ended the perspectives of restoring Trebizond, even if Theodora continued to see her eldest son as the rightful emperor and educated her daughters in their native Pontic Romaic language. But Uzun Hasan still spread fear among the Ottomans, and it was only after his death in 1478 that Mehmed would order his son, Bayezid, to finally take Toru. Now, no independent Roman localities remained in Anatolia after 1480. It's true that Pontos stayed majority Roman and had regions like Majuka which stayed fully Roman until the 20th century, but they were Ottoman subjects. However, I'd just like to add a word about the interesting story of early Ottoman Trebizond. Remember Dubera, the home of Amiruchis that had its privileges confirmed? Well, there hailed a girl there called Maria. She was a concubine of Bayezid when he was being trained in Amasya, like Mehmed before him. They had a son, Selim, and when Mehmed died in 1481, Bayezid II became Sultan. He sent Selim and Maria of Dubera back to Pontos for the princess training. Selim governed Trebizond from 1489 onwards with his mother, now Gulbahar Hatun, who was adored by her son and influenced him greatly. The two held court in Trebizond and raised the son born to Selim in 1494, Suleiman, together. So you know, before Selim became the greatest conqueror sultan of the Ottomans, his formative years were fully spent in Trebizond with his Trapezuntine mother. He was a benefactor of Sumela and Dubera, and before he got his title, Caliph and custodian of the two holy mosques, he was styling himself the Emperor of Pontos in his Greek letters to the Venetians. Before he led his famous conquests of Mecca and the Mediterranean, his first campaigns were to defend Trebizond from the expanding Safavid Empire of Shah Ismail, grandson of Theodora Megali Komneni. Ismail was a pain in Selim's ass even after he usurped from Bayezid in 1513. In 1514, he first built the finest mosque in Trebizond today, Gulbahar Hatun Mosque, in honor of his late mother, before defeating Ismail at the Battle of Calderon. The Persian prodigy faltered before Ottoman cannons, like Grandpa Huzun Hassan, great-great-uncle David Komnenos, and Constantinos XI before him. Thereafter, the Ottoman-Safavid border was mostly stable for the Sunni Sultan Selim and Shia Shah Ismail, two Muslim emperors who traced lineages back to the Christian Roman Trapezuntine Empire. So this is how I end my narrative of Trapezuntine and Byzantine history proper, which began with the end of the Roman-Persian Wars and the rise of Islam. Now we are firmly done with the Middle Ages and into modernity, and here, two new empires became the Muslim geopolitical successors of those giants from antiquity. Emphasis on geopolitical. You know I don't support the Ottoman Roman LARP. Interestingly, it is after Selim and his son Suleiman that this LARP really began to fade, due to their conquests from Mamluks and Safavids, shifting to a more Islamic legitimacy. So for that, let's thank them, and the land these two great sultans were bred in. Trebizond, previously the home of the last Komneni, the last Roman emperors, and their empire, the last bastion of imperial Rome. Thank you for following this journey. When did the Roman Empire fall? The million-dollar question that captivated historiography for centuries has no definite answer. The conventional answer is 476, the abdication of the Western Roman Emperor Romulus Augustulus to Odoacer. More recently, as more people saw the continuity of the Eastern Roman Empire with imperial Roman tradition, the fall of Constantinople to the Ottomans in 1453 became more preferred as the end date. And neither would be wrong. If you followed this channel, you'd know here 1453 is used as the end date of the Roman Empire proper, while 1461 is that of the end of Roman imperial tradition, with the surrender of David Megas Komnenos of Trebizond, the last emperor whose legitimacy may be traced back to the Pater Patriae, Augustus himself. However, not every Roman lived in an empire, and some survived longer under simpler states, like the Principality of Theodoro, an offshoot of the Empire of Trebizond, inhabited by Romans and Romanized Goths as citizens, and lasted until 1475, late December of 1475 to be exact, and possibly 550 years precisely before I published these videos. Indeed, a millennium after the traditional date of 476 was the definitive, true end of any Roman political presence in our world, when no more state ruled by Romans existed anymore. And barely anyone knows about this elusive principality, the true last bastion of political Romanitas, which was, paradoxically, also a stronghold for the boogeymen who contributed most of all to the collapse of Western Rome, the Goths. Yes, you heard me right, the Goths. No, not these Goths, but the real Goths who overran the Roman Empire after the Battle of Adrianople, who psychologically scarred Rome for eternity,
when Alaric sacked the Eternal City, who shaped the historical trajectory for Western Europe, along with other Germanic peoples. So you'd be right to ask, what the bloody hell were Goths doing in the utter northeasternmost corner of the Roman world, the Crimea? And why were they the last Roman citizens that kept Romanitas alive in a state of their own when both the Roman emperors of the East in Constantinople and the Trebizond failed to resist the onslaught of Mehmed II's Ottoman war machine? The Goths, a people associated with the medieval West and being the antithesis of ancient Rome, alive and well in medieval Eastern Rome and upholding Roman traditions, sounds almost like a dumb April Fool's video to troll and waste your time, but I promise it's not. Stick with me for this fascinating story of Gothia, and you'll see why this happened. Rome was divided into West and East. When East Rome fell in 1204 to the Crusaders, I introduced you to the concept of East Rome, Trapezuntine, the first new imperial center to rise for the exiled Romans. So likewise, I must show you the concept of the East Goths, the Crimean Goths. There were Visigoths, Western Goths, who invaded the Roman Empire earlier and settled further west on the corpse of the old empire, in Hispania. Then there were Ostrogoths, the Eastern Goths, who lived further east in the old Gothic homeland and fell under the Hunnic Empire, so they settled on Roman territory fairly late, under their king Theodoric the Amal, who was sent to save Italy from Odoacer by Eastern Roman Emperor Zeno. Both Visigoths and Ostrogoths became Christianized in the late 4th century by their bishop, Ulfilas. So, they were all Arians, as opposed to the Orthodox Romans, with one exception, the East Goths. Among Ostrogoths, some settled in the Crimean Peninsula by the 3rd century already, and didn't migrate further like fellow Eastern Goths. And since the Huns got in the way between the Crimea and Eastern Europe, contact was effectively cut off between the Crimean Goths and the rest of the Aryan Gothic world down south, wreaking havoc for Rome. With the introduction of Christianity, non-Aryan and fully Orthodox Christianity, most likely directly from Jerusalem and the Palestinian tradition to the Crimea, the Goths who stayed there became fully Orthodox, just like the Romans, some of whom lived in Kherson, close to the region that eventually became known as Gothia, the home of the Crimean Goths, whose capital was a naturally fortified settlement known today as Mangop, but first recorded by Procopius as Dori in the 6th century. One of the many variants of the Gothic stronghold we would call Theodoro was known as. So that's the first important factor of the identity of Crimean Gothia that you should remember. They were fully and deeply Orthodox, like the Romans. Secondly, since the beginning they lived side by side with Crimean Romans and Romanized rather quickly, with or without imperial authority in the region. It was in the Justinianic era of Procopius that the Romans re-established control in the province of Kherson, lost in the migratory chaos of the 5th century, and after that, Kherson and the Crimea played an intriguing role in East Roman history, as a hub for the exiles of mainstream Roman society, which was going through many religious and political tumults in the 7th and 8th centuries, in the last phase of late antiquity, as the Heraclean and Isaurian dynasties struggled to cope with a rapidly changing medieval world. The most threatening figures for the government, from Pope Martinus of Rome under Constans II to his grandson, the mad lad Justinian II Rhinometos, were ostracized to these harsh lands, on the border between the Romans and the wild north, Scythia. And thus, thirdly, the Crimeans, Gothia too, were on the fringes of Roman civilization, the antithesis of Constantinople, unwilling to submit to central authority. Sometimes this was a good thing, and the stubborn Crimean Goths and Romans proved to be more pious Orthodox Christians than their southern brethren. During iconoclasm, when the historiography of Constantinople fell to its lowest ebb in all history, we surprisingly get quite a lot of information on the happenings of the Crimea, where its ardent bishops, like Saint Stephanos of Sugdea, another important city on the coast, Christianized his region fully and suffered persecution for resisting the emperor's heresy obstinately. More fascinating than Stephanos was the tale of Saint Ioannis, bishop of Gothia. His family was a military one from northern Asia Minor who migrated to Gothia, which made Ioannis a native of Parthenita. When Constantinos V Copronymus convened the iconoclast Council of Hierea, the old bishop of Gothia signed the document, so he was rejected by his flock and Ioannis replaced him in 755. The young bishop spent 3 years in Jerusalem, as Palestine was another hotbed for Orthodox Roman refugees besides the Crimea. On the way home, Ioannis passed through Georgia, again a bastion of iconophiles just outside of the empire, and was ordained as Bishop of Gothia properly by the Catholicos of Georgia around 759. Then in Gothia, Ioannis had a long tenure full of all sorts of miracles. But when it came time for Empress Irene of Athens to restore orthodoxy in 787, our iconodule Gothic bishop was not in Nicaea. Why? He was caught up north right that moment in the struggle for the autonomy of Gothia, against the masters of the northern Crimea, the Khazars. The bishop was imprisoned for a plot, but managed to escape and died 4 years later. This, then, is the fourth characteristic of Crimean Roman Gothic life, the constant threat and coexistence with a great step power in the north. First the Khazars, then later the Cumans, Mongols, and Tartars. But to live with powerful Scythian neighbors and sometimes overlords was a staple of life in Gothia for a millennium. Usually they managed to get on amicably, and the emergence of a new common threat to both in the 9th century was what caused the emperors to organize Kherson into a proper thema around the 830s, staffed with strategos and military officials. And that is the fifth and final element of Gothia's culture I wish to highlight, the Russian connection. For the newcomers were the Rus. With both steppe conquerors and Russians, relations were never secure, for the Khazars in the 10th century would lash out on the Christians in southern Crimea when their power was in decline. An extremely rare source, written by a toparch of Gothia around the 960s, shows this. This toparch was under constant harassment from a previously friendly barbarian people, the Khazars, and he took a lengthy journey through the icy hell of the harsh Crimean landscape to ask for the protection of a new great regional ruler, Sviatoslav. For a few years then, Gothia was Sviatoslav's protectorate, before he was crushed by Ioannis Tzimiskes in 971. The Russians too were threatening at times, seen as when Sviatoslav's successor, Prince Vladimir, invaded Kherson in 988, although afterwards Emperor Vasilios II managed to convert the Rus to Orthodox Christianity. Relations between the Russians and the Roman Crimeans were much more consistently peaceful. So now you know the 5 key elements of Crimean Roman Gothic civilization. one in constant danger, but they managed to thrive anyway, because, in Walter White's words, they were the danger, the most daring and obstinate lot of Roman society. No wonder they'd be the last Roman polity to fall. And now that I have exposed their history up to the year 1000, under the Bulgar Slayer, as usual, here they had their peak prosperity in the 11th century, and besides a Khazar raid in 1016, nothing really went wrong. But that was the last desperate Khazar attempt at prominence, and they were soon replaced by the Cumans as the main North Crimean power. And in the later 11th and 12th centuries, the happenings of Roman Crimea were the most obscure for us, and it is in this mystery that the Principality slowly formed. So let's begin our narrative in the Komnenian period in the next installment of the history of the last Goths and Romans stuck in the Crimea. Yes, this is another classic instance of me trying to push some background info on a fascinating historical subject and accidentally spending too much time on it. So I feel, as I've been consistently publishing videos too long for the attention span of any normal human being this year, I'll make 2 short videos for once, before 2025 is over. Hopefully this is the start of me going back to my channel roots of simpler videos next year besides my big video essay projects, but also because, as for the Fall of Theodoro in December of 1475, no historian has yet even proposed a narrowed down date. But I think I might be onto something here, and the first possible of this date range that I've deduced is December 28th. So to commemorate the 550-year anniversary of the end of the final truly Roman state, the 2 videos on Gothia will be published on the first and last days of this most likely few days, respectively Julian and Gregorian dates, so that at least one of the days in the interval that I'm posting will fall on when Theodoro fell. I will elaborate on my full reasoning next video, coming in 3 days, and I invite everyone to examine my reasoning and critique it, because dates are my biggest headache, and I can't believe I'm even trying something that even the most eminent of historians in this field, like Alexander Vasiliev, my prime source, has avoided doing. I hope when I show you the logic of my attempt next video, I won't embarrass myself too much, but I also hope that you will watch it nonetheless and enjoy it. We pick up next time in the 12th century. The Principality of Theodoro, the last Roman state, fell 550 years ago, and today we continue its tale now that I've given you the full crucial background to the scene in the Crimea by the 12th century, when the state gradually emerged. And we will narrate the whole story until its fall in 1475 and the execution of its last prince, and conversely, the last actually Roman ruler in the world, Alexander Gabras, in 1476. 1,000 years after 476. Due to the obscurity of sources, we must work from them, so there's a lot to talk about. As with for Trebizond, the metropolis of the future Theodoro, we must look at what happened to the family of Gabras. In case you missed out my Trapezuntine history videos, the Gavradis were the first rulers of Trebizond in the Komnenian period, who managed to keep Pontos unconquered after the chaos of Manzikert. Their patriarch, Theodoros Gabras, was a terrifying warrior that scared both Turks and the imperial authority of Constantinople, so that it wasn't until Theodoros' son, Constantinos Gabras' time, that the Komneni re-established direct control in Trebizond. But what happened to the Gavradis after? According to Alexander Vasiliev, who is the main source for this video and all things related to Gothia in general, his theory was that Constantinos Gabras was exiled by the Komneni to the Crimea, as tradition dictates for dangerous political enemies. And there, the Gavradis established a new power base, since Pontos was lost and would soon become completely Komnenian territory under the Empire of Trebizond. But that's just a theory and not universally accepted, though I will present soon a proof that might support it. Before that, let's just quickly look at the mysterious circumstances of Roman Crimea under the Komneni. In his 1166 conciliar edict, Manuel I Komnenos' full imperial title, along with all the bombastic cognomina de victarium gentium that Manuel claimed, were listed in full, and I'm not going to read all of them to you again since I did it once already and that hurt my throat. But pay attention to two of these slayer nicknames, Gothicos and Chazaricos, two peoples deeply associated with the Crimea in the Roman imagination. So Manuel's empire must have extended there despite such silence in Crimean history. This, coupled with Manuel's 1169 concessions for the Genoese, which excluded rights for them to trade in the northern Black Sea, meant strong imperial control was retained there. So, the southern Crimea did return to Roman power. It was lost forever not with the Fourth Crusade, but already before, in the 1190s, if we examine again trade treaties between the Angeli emperors and the Italians. Under Alexios II, in 1192, Manuel's privileges were reconfirmed, but in 1198, Alexios III's privileges for the Venetians make no mention of the Crimea. Those were the years in which Gothia slipped again from Roman hands until the Trapezuntine Komneni came. When Alexios and David Megas Komnenos built their empire in 1204, they managed to make the Crimea, which they called Peratia, their transmarine province, a tributary of Trebizond. And it was a crucial possession of Trebizond that Alexios' successor, Emperor Andronikos I Gidos, went to a major war over. I've already related the epic story of the siege of Trebizond in 1222 and 1223, which was started when a tribute ship from Peratia under a Roman archon of Kherson, Alexios Paktiaris, shipwrecked in Sinope, and the Seljuk governor Hetum stole the tribute for Trebizond. This was part of the whole Black Sea struggle of the Trapezuntines and Turks, for Sinope was the main Anatolian port for the Crimea, and losing Sinope meant Trebizond would lose Peratia. Meanwhile, in Peratia, the Cuman threat was replaced by that of the Mongols, who made their first incursion into the Crimea in 1223 and attacked the city of Sugdea. I talked more about the myths surrounding this invasion in my Trebizond videos, how then the Venetians supposedly had a colony in Sugdea and were thus the first Europeans encountered by the Mongols, but even this false legend is useful to set up the final stage of Crimean history, the backdrop for the history of Theodoro, that of Tartars in the northeast, Italian, mainly Genoese, in the southern shore, and the last remnants of Roman Crimea and Trapezuntine Peratia, the Principality of Theodoro, with its impregnable capital, Dori, in Gothia, in the southwest of the peninsula. But the keen viewer would ask, how did Dori, or Theodoro, become the center of Romanitas in the Crimea when it had historically always been Kherson, or a coastal city? The answer was just revealed. The Mongol incursion on Sugdea displaced a lot of the Orthodox Romans there and from other maritime cities to seek refuge in a fortress as imposing as the capital of Gothia. Just look at its geography. It's nightmarish. The Mongols disappeared after defeating the Cumans and Russians in this lightning campaign, but returned years later to conquer Russia, and by the 1240s, established themselves permanently in East Crimea, including Sugdea. The rest of the peninsula, including Gothia, had to pay tribute to the Mongols now, but I'm not sure if it meant that Trebizond and the Crimea were cut off fully already. Because in 1254, under Emperor Manuel Megas Komnenos, the Trapezuntines reconquered Sinope, possibly with Mongol approval, and their Black Sea dominance was restored. Interestingly, Manuel made a Gabras his governor of Sinope, which might imply not just the reconciliation of the families, but also support Vasiliev's theory of the Crimean Gavradis. But after Sinope was lost permanently in 1265, it's safe to say Beratia slipped gradually from Trebizond. It's unsure when Theodoro, which Dori was known as in the Middle Ages, became independent. But our only somewhat Roman source for its history, the 16th century refugee historian Theodoros Pandonis, mentions a prince of Gothia for the first time in the reign of Andronikos III Palaeologos. The Goths were referenced a few more times in Pandonis' narrative of the 14th century, which we can say is when the Principality of Theodoro really became a thing. And this is to be confirmed by voluminous Italian papers, since the Genoese, after the Treaty of Nymphaeon with the Palaeologi, began their colonization of the Black Sea. We've seen how they settled in Trebizond and Pontos, but this time they could do it in the north too, so the Crimean coast was dotted with Genoese cities. Their main possession, their pride, was Kaffa, which caused more trouble for Trebizond than the Pontic Genoese colonies, for it was a major power. But the expanding Genoese interests conflicted with that of the Tartars in northern Crimea, who tried to take Kaffa through biological warfare in 1346 and accidentally caused the Black Death. We've seen how devastated the Romans of faraway Constantinople and Trebizond were by this disease, so just imagine how horribly the Romans of Theodoro, Kaffa's neighbor, suffered. And it was in this backdrop of Tartar warfare with the Genoese and other Christian powers that Theodoro passed one more obscure century before its very attestable and reputed history in the 15th century finally commenced. In the 14th century, travelers from Europe discovered Crimea more and more and became interested in the Goths here, who spoke Germanic like them. But despite records of German speakers in the Crimea, evidence otherwise paints a picture of the population of Theodoro being more mixed than ever, and being so Hellenized and Tartarized that contemporaries sometimes had difficulties distinguishing them. Unsurprisingly, the first prince of Theodoro we could name was Demetrius, who might have fought with the Tartars against the Lithuanians in the 1362 Battle of the Blue Waters. There's barely any information on this Demetrius, except that he probably also had the Tartar name Koitani, and he ruled Mangup, called Theodoro for the first time in an inscription commemorating his restoration of the capital. The principality was under Tartar dependency, but not for too long, as Tartar yoke weakened in South Crimea, seen when Genoa took several key maritime cities, including Sugdea and Simbolon, from them in the early 1380s. Those were ceded not from Tartar hands, but the princes of Theodoro, the Gavradis. How do we know? In the late 14th century, Russia welcomed a Roman refugee. He was Lord of Theodoro, Sugdea, and Simbolon, as the records tell us, and his Russian name was Stepan Vasilievich Kovra. From this, we infer that this Stephanos, son of Vasilios, was a Gavras, and the Gavradis were the last lords of Theodoro. Stephanos came with a son, Grigorius, who was the ancestor of the Russian noble family of Kovrini and founded the Simonov monastery of Moscow. After losing the key maritime cities to Genoa, Gavras disputed with his Tartar masters and was forced to abandon Theodoro, leaving a young son there to deal with Timur. Timur changed the geopolitical outlook of Eurasia by the end of the century. In 1395, he devastated the Venetian Crimean colony of Tana, and laid Theodoro to waste as well. We know this from a unique poem by the Constantinopolitan monk, Mattheos of Khazaria, who was sent to the Crimea that year and left a verse recording the beauties of Theodoro despite the recent calamity, in form of a dialogue between the city and himself. It's beautiful literature, but I'll skip to its historical significance. From Mattheos we learn that Theodoro had splendid churches and sculptures, as well as natural beauties able to impress a Roman from the Queen of Cities, even in ruins. And Mattheos tells us that the city was occupied by Timurids for 9 years, until Timur's death in 1404. The city was at its low point in 1400. A decade of Timurid destruction and abandonment by its ruler might signal the end of any other polity, but not a Roman one. The first half of the 15th century saw the Theodorite state peak, for they embodied the Roman spirit of springing back to life every time death calls. It rose again from the literal ashes Timur left it in, and revived not as a Crimean nobody, but a respected international power, a crucial element of Black Sea politics. And all this happened in one generation, under the young son of Stephanos, a most remarkable prince called Alexios. Alexios Gabras was the greatest and longest ruling lord of Theodoro. He was already in Russian records about his father Stephanos, who fled around 1391, so if he assumed power already that early, he'd have reigned for over 50 years, making him the longest ruling Roman ruler ever? But from an inscription from the princely palace that Alexios would build, dated to 1403, this is the earliest certain date we could be sure that he was on the throne. He would start from scratch, rebuild everything the Timurids destroyed, from the great basilica to the palaces of Theodoro, and go beyond as the most prolific builder Gothia ever knew, erecting 10 new border forts, among many others. He inherited from his father a kingdom of dust and left it in marble, literally, with all his building projects, and for his energetic and expansionist policies. In the post-Timurid Crimea, he had to contend with two neighbors, the new Khanate of Crimea, who was a friend of Theodoro, allied against their mutual rival, Kaffa, and the Genoese colonies. Alexios was locked into an intense conflict with the Genoese for access to the southern Crimean seashore his entire reign. In 1411, the Genoese mention him in their documents for the first time, and certainly not for the last. They sent the prince an expensive gift, and this appeasement continued until the early 1420s, before war broke out in 1422, when the Genoese were found rushing to provide for the defense of Cimbolon, which they took from Theodoro years before. The reconquest of this critical port was the focal point of Alexios' time as a ruler. In 1423, Genoese documents reveal the frenzy of preparations they made for their navy and army against their boogeyman Alexios, who wasn't idle either, and constructed his greatest fortress, Funna, on the eastern border of Theodoro with Kaffa's domain. The Theodorites took Cimbolon briefly before a Genoese, Pietro Mainario, retook it and was rewarded in 1424. By then the war was over. Uneasy peace existed between Genoa and Theodoro for a few years, but the enmity remained. The Genoese fortified their coastal cities like mad, while Alexios still openly declared his claim over maritime Gothia. In a 1425 inscription of Alexios, from which we learn the full title of the rulers of Theodoro, he is styled Prince of the City of Theodoro and the Maritime Region. And his ambition and prestige kept growing. In 1426, his daughter Maria married David Megas Komnenos, future last emperor of Trebizond. The next year, David's brother, Ioannis IV, had fled to Kaffa after his coup in Trebizond, and Alexios did not seem to support him. The prince was constructing his church of Constantine and Helena in Theodoro, and started associating himself with Constantine the Great afterwards. When Ioannis Komnenos won and became emperor in 1429 then, this was a cause for rift between Alexios and his eldest son and successor, Ioannis Gabras, who lived in Trebizond and supported his namesake. This Ioannis was a good Trapezuntine, so good that the great Trapezuntine erudite Ioannis Evianikos dedicated an epitaph to Ioannis' son, Alexios, who died in childhood. In it, however, praises were first lavished on baby Alexios' grandfather, Prince Alexios, whose reputation just kept growing, so that when Venice warred with Genoa in the 1430s, they asked Alexios to help them, and both parties allied in 1432. Theodoro resumed its fight for Simbolon in 1433, capturing it. The Genoese immediately chose a captain, Carolo Lomellino, who led his fleet against Roman Simbolon in 1434 and retook the city with a ruse. He had to fight Olubai, Alexios' younger son, who defended the city and received succession to the principality, apparently, over Ioannis. Olubai was a rare Roman that Lomellino showed mercy to in his bloody campaign. After his slaughter at Simbolon, he took and burned Kalamita, a coastal fortress Alexios did have. The arrogant Genoese then turned to punish the Tartars for helping Alexios, but were utterly crushed. The war dragged on. There was a Genoese raid in 1438. In 1441, peace in Crimea came after the Italians reconciled in Italy. Alexios failed to get Simbolon, but he made do with what he had and built a flourishing port at Kalamita, which became almost as important. This was in line with his lifelong fighting spirit, always laboring for a better place in the world for Theodoro, in any circumstance. He brought the principality from rock bottom to peak prosperity, and died between 1444 to 1447, possibly in 1446, and still combating for his dream, for a later Russian prayer says he was killed at Simbolon. So, his reputation as a feared warrior and skilled leader around the world was well-deserved, and this pugnacious soul of his, struggling against impossible odds, shows how much of a Gabras he truly was. So even if the historians rejecting his connection with the Gabrades are right, spiritually he qualified. Prince Olubai succeeded his father and continued his policy of friendship with the Tartars and hostility with the Genoese. Unsurprising, since the new lord of Theodoro bore proudly a Tartar name and had a Genoese fleet attacking him already by 1447. His brother-in-law, Despot David, came to the rescue with the Trapezuntine navy, dispersed the Latins, and spent some time in the Principality, possibly to settle the matter of Ioannis Gabras for good and coordinate with his brothers-in-law how to mess even more with Genoa, seeing that soon there were many protests about damaged Genoese interests all over the Black Sea by Trebizond, Theodoro, etc. In 1449, Genoa compensated their consul at Simbolon for losses from the late Alexios, maybe from 1446, but they were realizing that their Black Sea colonies were untenable, and so did Theodoro. For now, both were alarmed by the new existential threat. In 1453, Mehmed II took Constantinople. The dynamics changed dramatically. Kaffa and Theodoro were now close allies, while the Crimean Tartars were aligned with the Ottomans, who also tried to befriend the Principality and traded in the Crimea through Kalamita rather than Kaffa. But that didn't stop the Turks from raiding both Kaffa and Theodoro mercilessly in 1454, putting them tighter in the same boat. By 1455, the Genoese were outright rejecting proposals to conquer Theodoro, and both Christian states sent a joint gift to the Tartars to try to foster a united Crimean front against Ottomans. And Genoese documents reveal this friendship for years. though the last time Olobai is mentioned is in 1458. Between then and when a new prince appeared in sources in 1465, Olobai, who tried to continue his father Alexios' vigorous policies, found it impossible in a changed and more dangerous world for Romanitas than ever, then died and left it to his son, Alexios. Alexios Gabras probably exceeded his father earlier than the 1460s, in my view, since his building activities in what was left of Kherson were not so late. In any case, he would be known as a capable diplomat, not a great builder or warrior like his grandfather Alexios. He was the opposite. In 1465, he confirmed alliance with the Genoese again, and in 1470, the two powers even finally got the Crimean Tatars to sign a treaty on joint defense against the Turks together, and also married his sister Maria off to Stephen the Great of Moldavia, the most potent Black Sea Christian ruler left. He also aimed to expand his alliances to Russia, and sent an envoy in 1473. Negotiations went on through 1474, but were broken off in 1475, with the fall of Alexios and the Crimea. The Ottomans were turning their hungry gaze towards the Black Sea, and all the Christian princes knew it. Stephen the Great handled it by forming an anti-Ottoman coalition, becoming the Athlete of Christ, and led it to great victories, like the Battle of Vaslui in January 1475. His ego puffed, and when he saw brother-in-law Alexios doing the opposite, cowering to Mehmed, he was enraged and offered to help Kaffa take Theodoro. But as the prime target of Mehmed's expansion, Kaffa needed Theodoro more than ever and refused. Sure enough, as the Crimean Khan Mengli Jireh fell out with his people and took refuge in Kaffa, Mehmed finally got his casus belli and sent Gedik Ahmed Pasha to capture it on May 31st. Meanwhile, Stephen resorted to Plan B to get control of Theodoro. He was interested in the Principality, probably for the claims he could gain as a new Eastern Roman emperor should his war against the Ottomans succeed. But he sent someone who qualified as a true Roman in every respect, Alexander the Gabras, to take Theodoro from Prince Alexios, who was also unpopular with his own subjects due to his attempt to save Theodoro diplomatically. Alexander was Alexios' brother and lived with his sister Maria until June 1475, when the Moldavians equipped him with a fleet and 300 loyal guards to Theodoro, where he dethroned and killed Alexios in a successful bloody coup. Alexander became the last prince of Theodoro through fratricide, a practice that began the Roman story, and a few days later, on June 6th, Kaffa fell, so Theodoro was next. But Alexander didn't hide and prepared his city for a glorious last stand, a practice that ended the Roman story down in Constantinople. Gedik Ahmed Pasha snuffed out all Christian outposts in the Crimea. First Sugdea, after a heroic resistance and last stand, fell. Then all the other Genoese colonies in maritime Gothia were conquered too, before the siege of Theodoro began in September. For months, Ottomans futilely tried to take the impregnable capital of Gothia, the last bastion of Romanitas, and refuge for the Genoese and Tartars of Mengli Jireh who fled after the fall of Kaffa. This garrison of maximum 5,000 men was led well by Prince Alexander, who was vastly outnumbered by Gedik Ahmed's elite troops, but the Theodorites still managed to destroy at least 5 attempts of the Turks to force an assault. In December, all sides were tired and hungry, and the Ottomans finally conquered the city by a ruse. They faked a retreat, and when Theodoro's defenders sallied out for a strike, the Turks ambushed and massacred them. After this, Theodoro's fate was sealed. and Alexander had to surrender on the condition his family, people, and property would be unharmed. Gedik Ahmed agreed and finally incorporated Theodoro for the Ottoman Empire. The churches were converted into mosques, and Mehmed's name was praised. This happened in late December, but when exactly? No historian offered a date, so I did some digging of my own, and my research leads me to believe it was either December 28th, when I released part 1 of this video 550 years later, or December 31st, when I released this part 2, or a time in between. Because a primary source for this conquest, Ottoman chronicler Ashik Pashazadeh used 2 crucial words: Juma Namazi, Friday prayer, meaning the Turks formally received the city on a Friday. The last Friday of 1475 could be the Julian one, December 29th, or to convert to Gregorian, the 31st. There might have been a day or a few between Theodoro's surrender and handover, so I put the 28th as a safe guess as an earlier possible date, while since we live in a Gregorian system today, this video was published today on the 31st, as the latest possible date. I'd like to thank my wonderful Turkish friends for helping me with this hard Ottoman text. With Theodoro fell the last Roman state ever, and Alexander, the last Roman ruler ever, had a fate that mixed that of the last Roman emperors in Constantinople and Trebizond. Like Konstantinos Palaiologos, he defended his city honorably until the end for a considerable time against a superior Ottoman force. But like David Megas Komnenos, he also surrendered at last to save his people, and was sent to Mehmed in Constantinople, where, according to Spandunis, the Sultan heeded his Pasha's promise of safety and executed the prince in 1476. Alexander Gabras, an Ultimus Romanorum, perished 1,000 years after 476. His young son was forced to become a Turk, and historians identify him with the Ottoman Prince of Mangop, Kemal Bey, sent as Sultan Selim's envoy to the Russians in 1512. Another such prince showed up in 1522 as Suleiman the Magnificent's Russian envoy, named Skinder, i.e. Alexander. These two probably were just Turkified members of Theodoro's princely family, now Ottoman regional governors of Mangop, the new name of their city. Here, the population retained their Orthodox Christian faith and the Greek language of their ancestors, as well as Gothic, if contemporary European scholars are trustworthy. And a metropolitan of Gothia continued tending to the Crimean Roman Gothic flock that remained, despite the past centers of both civilizations, Kherson, Sugdea, and Theodoro, being in ruins by the late 18th century. The last metropolitan of Gothia was the Greek priest Ignatius, who, as part of Russian Empress Catherine the Great's imperialistic ambitions, founded the city of Mariupol and migrated Crimean Christians there. The descendants of the last Crimean Goths and Romans were dispersed for good, and after Ignatius died in 1786, even the distant memory of Gothia disappeared with his title. The Gothic and Roman migrants were fully incorporated into Russian ecclesiastical structure soon. Gothia and Rhomania vanished at last. And that was the full story of Gothia and the Principality of Theodoro, the last Roman state. Thank you for watching, and now all that needs to be covered about Eastern Roman history has been covered. I'll be switching up the content for this channel a little. My work on historical narration is done, and it took me years, so I require a sabbatical too. I sincerely thank every viewer, every supporter, and especially my generous patrons.
That's the end of the mega video then. And the end of Roman political history. The Roman spirit lives on among certain Black Sea peoples even today, but the Roman state harbors them no more. Thanks for watching until the very end. Go check out my Q&As on this subject if you wish to dig deeper, and of course, thank you to all my patrons. Dragon Lord, Romfea Game Projects, Cody Danroth, Tiropita Productions, Francis Morin, and Kiasik.
Γιαγιάνες στο χρυσό